A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm super happy and glad that you're having a great time networking. We will be starting the event in a few minutes from now. As you can see, there is chai and brekkie outside, and I hope you had some time getting your stomach filled in because lunch will be a little later. And this is the time you can network and get to know all the people around and communicate. And it's so nice to see you all being all bright on this particular day. And thank you very much for being here. We'll see you in a bit. Check. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting all of you to please be seated as the minister will be arriving here very, very soon. Requesting everyone to please be seated. Please take your seats. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to this wonderful event of boosting ports, shipping, and waterways, empowering the blue economy. Viksit Bharat with Budget 2025. Let's give ourselves a huge round of applause, people. Before we go any further, I would like to request Mr. Ishad to come and give us a little bit of information on the security protocol. Mr. Ishad.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to our Trident Nariman Point. So today I'm going to brief you about the evacuation procedure, safety features, and the system, the evacuation procedure of this venue. The venue name is Regal Hall, and it is located at lobby level. And on your right hand side there is the fire exit signages. In any emergency cases, the PA system, that is public address system, will activate with a hotel alert. You have to evacuate this venue. For evacuate this venue, you have to follow the fire exit signages. It will lead you to the nearest fire exit. The fire warden will guide you to the nearest assembly area, which is at sea side of Marine Drive. In case of emergency, medical emergency, we have first aid trained staffs, doctor and nurse on duty only in general shift, and doctor on call. So we have 2-3 slides of PPT. So for your better understanding, so this is the layout of this hall. On your left hand side, you can see there is a fire exit signages. Okay, if you have any emergency, you can follow the signages. It will lead you to the nearest fire exit. And this is the hall diagram. So that is the left hand side. That is the left hand side fire exit, and on your right hand side there is a fire exit. So this is the service doors points out to audience, will lead you to the reach the nearest fire exit door from service side. The exit door will lead you to the supply receiving area. The fire warden will guide you till the assembly area. So this is your right hand side fire exit doors. Another alternate fire exit is to exit from the venue main entrance, climb one level up and reach to the main porch. The fire warden will guide you till the assembly area. And this is the main entrance from where you have entered. This is also one of the fire exit. And this is the main fire exit, which is 15 number behind this service side. From here you can gather at assembly area, which is at seaside of Marine Drive. We have not scheduled a mock drill today. If you hear any announcement in public address system, please evacuate this venue. In case of medical emergency, which I have told you earlier, we have trained first aid staffs, doctor and nurse on duty only in general shift, and doctor on call. Thank you for your attention. I hope you will have a wonderful day with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ishad. So for the rest of you who are taking pictures or having any sort of social media updates, there's a hashtag that today's event is encouraging you to have, and it's Shipping Samriddhi. Hashtag SHIPPING SAMRIDDHI. I repeat, hashtag Shipping Samriddhi. Please note this down so that all your pictures can be collected and collated, and this will be a wonderful way to start it off. And I also request all of you to please put your mobile phones on silent. One more instruction. I think you've all been given a booklet. If you look at the very last page of the booklet, it has some notes. It has given you a space for notes and suggestions. We would request you to write down your suggestions about every session that you attend. And there will be a suggestion or feedback box right next to the entrance, which I request you to eventually drop it in so that we can get our game much better. I welcome all participants, including all the dignitaries, Honorable Union Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Secretary Shipping, and other officials from MoPSW, chairpersons of major ports, consul generals of various countries, and heads of government and private organizations, and the media assembled today. A very, very warm welcome to everyone. Within a matter of a minute, we will be beginning this event, waiting for the minister, honorable minister, to arrive here at the dais. Requesting everyone to please be seated. A very, very warm welcome to Sri Horbananda Honowal, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. Member of Cabinet Committee on Political Affairs, member of Lok Sabha from Dibrugarh, Assam. He was the Chief Minister of Assam, the first BJP CM of the state from 2016 to 21. He was also the Union Minister of State for Sports and Youth Affairs and Union Minister of State for Entrepreneurship and Skill Development from 2014 to 2016. So with your permission, I have a small invite for you in Assamese. I don't know Assamese, but I'm going to try. So please forgive me if I'm wrong. মাননীয় শ্রীযুত সর্বন্দ খনওয়াল ডাংরিয়া নমস্কার গ্রহণ করিব আমার এই অনুষ্ঠানটি লৈ আপোনাক স্বাগতম জনাইছো আপোনাৰ আপোনাৰ উপস্থিতি আমার অনুষ্ঠানটি আরো অধিক সফল মণ্ডিত করি তোলব Thank you so much, sir. बहुत खुश हूं मैं. He will now be honored by Shri T.K. Ramachandran, Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Let's give this wonderful man a huge round of applause, people. We also have on the dais Shri T.K. Ramachandran, Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, who will be honored by Shri Sushil Kumar Singh, IAS, Chairperson, Mumbai Port Authority. Let's give him a big round of applause, people. Further, we have Shri Rajesh Kumar Sinha, IAS, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, honored by Shri R. Lakshmanan, IAS, Joint Secretary, Ports, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Round of applause. We also have Shri Vijay Kumar IAS, Chairman, Inland Waterways Authority of India, honored by Shri R. Lakshmanan IAS, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Round of applause, people. And on the dais, last but not the least, we have Shri R. Lakshmanan IAS, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, who will be honored by Shri Rajesh Asati, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Huge round of applause, people. I now request the dignitaries on the dais to start the day by lighting the lamp in our most sacred manner.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु
Amongst us today, we have dignitaries from foreign consulates, and I extend my invitation with a very, very warm welcome. Honorable Consul General Ms. Monica Nagelgard from Royal Norwegian Consulate General Mumbai. I request you all to please give her a big round of applause. His Excellency Mr. Hassan Mohsin Far, Consul General from Consulate of Islamic Republic of Iran. Honorable Consul General Mr. Walter Ferreira from Consolato General d'Italia, Mumbai, Consul General of Italy in Mumbai. Honorable Deputy Consul General Mr. Thierry van Helden from the Consul General of the Kingdom of Netherlands in Mumbai. Additionally, we have consulate panels from the Japanese Consulate, the US Consulate General, and the Consulate General of Spain and Embassy of Denmark in India. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Further, we also have Mr. Madhu Nair, Chairman and MD of CSL, Captain Deepak Tiwari, CEO, MSC, Captain Binesh Kumar Tyagi, Chairman and MD of Shipping Corporation of India Limited, Mr. Sanjeev Singhal, Chairman and MD of Mazagaon Dock Shipbuilders Limited, and we have Mr. Anil Devli, CEO, Indian National Ship Owners Association, and other important dignitaries. A very, very warm welcome to you all. I now request Sri Rajesh Kumar Sinha, Additional Secretary, Ministry of PSW, to give us a brief of the agenda and the significance of the event. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
A very good morning to all of you. My voice is a little nasal because I'm not well. It's a proud privilege and absolute honor to stand before this August gathering, where we come together to discuss the transformative potential of India's maritime industry. At the outset, I welcome Honorable Minister for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarbanand Sonowal sir, for a very mature leadership, a thorough foresight and guidance in championing the vision of Viksit Bharat in maritime sector. I welcome Secretary Port Shipping and Waterways, Shri T.K. Ramchandran sir, for his systems improving and institution building approach and continuous motivation that enables us to take strides in achieving our ambitious targets. I warmly welcome Chairman IWI, Shri Vijay Kumar sir, Joint Secretary Shri Lakshman, my esteemed colleagues, and very esteemed dignitaries from maritime sector and from the industry, and also members of media who have gathered here for deliberation. The recent budget announcements reaffirm the government's commitment to strengthen India's maritime capabilities, boosting shipbuilding, and fostering an ecosystem that supports investments, economic growth, and job creation. The objective of this workshop and the event is to communicate our vision to the industry, to instill and convey confidence about the future of the sector, and to inspire the stakeholders to play a greater role as this sector continues to grow. Therefore, the sessions today have been planned accordingly. As you may have seen in the brochure, the first session is on revamped shipbuilding financial assistance policy, SBFAP 2.0, and the proposed shipbuilding clusters. This announcement, which is a kind of policy statement now, we are still in the process of getting the detailed approval of that proposal. The budget's new measures will empower Indian shipyards, attract private investment, and incentivize production scale up in brownfield capacity expansion and greenfield capacity creation. These will enable India to achieve the maritime Amrit Kal vision of 2047, and that vision is to become within top 5 nations in the world in terms of ship owning and shipbuilding. The government will also continue to invest in skilling programs to develop a workforce that meets both domestic and global demand. This has the potential to generate thousands and lakhs of new jobs across trade skills such as welding, electrical, and mechanical works, as well as maritime engineering and design. That second session is on policy and tax reforms for maritime growth. The session will help better explain the extension given for the basic custom duty exemptions on shipbuilding and ship recycling sectors. This session will also elaborate on the application of tonnage tax policy for inland waterways. The third session is on access to low-cost long-term financing. This session will deliberate on the Maritime Development Fund that has been a long-standing demand of the maritime industry and also an important part of the vision documents of 2030 and 2047. Shipping and shipbuilding are strategic sectors that enhance India's role in global trade and create a robust ecosystem of tiers 1, 2, and 3 companies supporting various industries such as steel, manufacturing, and technology innovation. I invite all stakeholders to collaborate and seize this opportunity. Together, let us shape a future where India is not just competing, but leading in the global maritime landscape. Before I conclude, I have an important announcement to make, and a request rather, not an announcement, but a request. The Government of India is organizing a post-budget webinar on 6th of March in exactly about a week from now. The keynote address will be given by Honorable Prime Minister, sir, covering the broad theme. Our Honorable Minister will also be addressing the session. As a part of this webinar, Ministry will be hosting a sub-session. It's a day-long session, so there is one sub-session on maritime sector, comprising of panel discussion with the industry around recent shipping and maritime related union budget announcements. It is suggested that the esteemed panelists who are going to speak in the sessions today, there will be 3 sessions, there will be panelists here. So those panelists, I request them to kindly block your dates so that your participation on 6th is ensured in the webinar that will be organized. It will be a completely virtual mode. There will be no hybrid or physical mode available in that. Ministry will be sharing a formal invitation and a concept note on that. The panel discussion will be webcast for wide viewing to create awareness of the budget announcement. So I also request all the esteemed dignitaries who are present today, may not be in the panel, but they are the active participation in this today's sessions. They should also leave their email IDs and phone numbers or mobile numbers. We get in touch with you, and you also join in through the web portal. You join the platform, the webinar on that day on 6th of March. I'll be sharing the more details through email and WhatsApp messages. With these words, I again welcome everyone to the sessions today. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. I would also like to take this opportunity to extend my warm welcome to Mr. Sushil Kumar Singh, Chairperson, um, Mumbai Port and Kandla Port. I would also like to invite Mr. Sushant Kumar Purohit, Chairperson, VOC Port Authority, Tuticorin. Mr. Venkataramana Akkaraju, Chairman, New Mangalore Port Authority, and Mr. Sunil Mukundan, MD, IPGL. I would now like to call upon Shri T.K. Ramachandran, Secretary, Ministry of PSW, to give us an overview of the Union Budget 2025 initiatives for the maritime sector. I request you all to please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Namaskar. Honorable Union Minister for Port Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarvananda Honwalji. Other colleagues and dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Representatives from different countries who are here to participate in this gathering today. It's an honor to be part of this day-long workshop and also to be simultaneously doing two other things. It's actually three birds with one stone is what we were describing it as. The first is, of course, a discussion on the budget announcements, which have generated a lot of interest in the industry. And we are happy that this is being done in Mumbai because this is the maritime capital of India. And someone told me that this is a good beginning because every budget, if it is explained to the stakeholders in a similar manner, it would be of great use. And I think this is what this event seeks to do. The second thing that is happening today is the Maitri, inauguration of the Maitri program, which is being done in collaboration with the rights. And Maitri, as you know, is the master application for international trade and regulatory interface. This is part of the IMEC. And the third aspect of today's programs is the set of series of announcements and launches, which AS also just now described. The India Maritime Week, which we are going to have in October 25, the One Nation, One Port process launch, the Sagar Ankalan rankings. I'm sure a lot of you are looking forward, some of you with bated breath. And then the formation of the Bharat Global Consortium, the launch of the NCOE GPS site, and so on. So for us in the ministry, this is not the culmination, I would say, because all our work is continuing, but it's part of the visioning process which the Honorable Prime Minister has guided us towards. As you're aware, in the Global Maritime India Summit in 2023, which was again held in this city, the Honorable Prime Minister launched the Vision 2047, the Amritkal Vision 2047, and in which there are a series of action points, initiatives, interventions which have been delineated. And a vision needs to be followed by a strategic roadmap. And the strategic roadmap with an action plan, with milestones, with schedules, activities, interventions, and then a monitoring framework. So in our strategic management framework, all these are part. And therefore, what we have done is implement that vision which the Honorable Prime Minister has given for the ministry. And the guidance of the Honorable Minister in the execution of this vision has been extremely supportive, useful. In fact, he's been hands-on. Every day there is a meeting, there is a VC, there is a review. And today, what we are trying to do is all these events that are being held, all the promises that are being fulfilled is part of that overall framework. So let me take the budget announcements first, which are very important. I was talking to some industry stakeholders and they were telling us that ये तो हम 15 साल से हम लोग ये इसका इंतजार कर रहे हैं. The Maritime Development Fund of 25,000 crores, the declaration of shipping as an infrastructure sector, the revamping of the shipbuilding financial assistance policy, the 2.0, and then finally the declaration of shipbuilding clusters to be taken up in different states across the country, both greenfield and brownfield. So we have been working on all of them for the last 1 year. Let me assure you, we work very hard, and we have had a lot of consultations across the board. We've had groups looking at specific issues in each of these, and it's exhilarating to say the least that the efforts have borne fruit, and today we are all sitting here to discuss the budget announcements and how we can take them forward. So I'm sure with the guidance of the Honorable Minister and with support from all of you, we will be able to do that in not no small measure, but I think in a substantial and measure. And the time frame for that is about 4-5 years, and I think we should be able to deliver within that time frame. The second set of activities, as you are aware, is the events that are being launched today. Many of them pertain to the vision statement. So this one nation, one port process, for instance, we are of course talking here of the major ports, and the major ports are basically government controlled ports, and we had this issue where stakeholders told us that each port has a different process, and therefore a vessel coming in has to face these multiple uh, processes at each port. By going in for this one nation, one port process, what we hope is that the ease of doing business will improve, and things will become much faster than they have been. And Sagar Ankalan rankings are important because they will tell us which port is doing how well. The Bharat Global Consortium is again a brainchild of the Honorable Prime Minister's vision. The idea is that we have the IPGL working in Iran, working in Bangladesh, in Sitwe, in Myanmar, and so on. So could we come up with a standard procedure, process, framework, institutional mechanism for IPGL and a team to go around operating terminals across the world? And so that is the consortium, and so on. The thing that we would like to tell you is that the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways has been working very hard over the last few years, and a lot of achievements have taken place. It will take me half an hour just to list out these achievements, whether it is increasing the capex, whether it is increasing the port capacity to 2600 million tons per annum, and the cargo throughput, both in the ports as well as in the waterways, as well as in coastal shipping, and the increase in the capex to about 8,000 crores from what it was a few years back. This year we have a target of 11,000 crores, and so on. And the number of PPPs going up to several thousand crores, I think 26,000 crores or something, and 81,000 in the final, in terms of investments. New ports like Vadavan, Galathia Bay, several new projects, terminals, digitalization, green shipping. I mean, the list is endless. And therefore, I think these are some of the most exciting times for the port shipping industry. And those of the stakeholders who are here with us, I'm sure will agree that there is in this something for everyone. There is something for ports and terminals. There is something for the shipbuilders, the ship owners, the waterways development agencies, the cruise operators, the cargo generators, the financiers, the insurer, the people who are into insurance, the seafarer community. I mean, it's across the board. There is not one single item that we have missed out. If there is any, you please tell me, and I'm sure we'll add that. And we have teams across the ministry, 25 different teams working on each of these themes, whether it is cruise or green or IT or ports or lands and estates, industrialization, SEZs, shipping, shipbuilding, ship financing. I mean, everything we have in vertical working on them. And there is a Sanskrit saying which I'd like to recollect at this point of time, which goes like this: Udyamena hi siddhyante karyani na manorathaihi nahi suptasya simhasya pravishanti mukhe mrigaha. So I think the meaning is clear. Udyamena is hard work. So Udyamena hi siddhyante. So hard work is only hard work leads to result. Karyani na manorathaihi, not just by thinking aloud or just by dreaming. So manorath se nahi hota hai. Just as nahi suptasya simhasya pravishanti mukhem mrigaha. A lion sitting in its den cannot hope that deer will enter into its mouth. It has to go and hunt. So that is the beautiful Sanskrit shloka that I like to end with. Of course, I'd like to congratulate and thank the team here for setting up the Mumbai port, of course, the JNPA, and of course, my colleagues in the ministry for organizing this function so well. And I'm sure at the end of the day, we will have many more suggestions and much more work to do. And best wishes to all of you. Please help us in taking shipping to a global level. We want to be number 10 by 2030, number 5 by 2047, which is a very stiff target, but I'm sure with your assistance, we will be able to achieve not just this target, but many other targets that we've set for ourselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. That was such a motivating speech for the morning. To talk about the initiatives and launches undertaken by the ministry, I would now like to hand over the podium to Shri R. Lakshmanan, Joint Secretary Ports, Ministry of PSW. A big round of applause, people.
Thank you, Shweta. So now we come to the segment where we have a set of initiatives that are being either announced or launched by the Honorable Minister today. So the first item today that all of us are like eagerly awaiting is the announcement of the India Maritime Week. So this has been very successful in the past editions. So we are looking at the 4th edition. And within this, there will be multiple co-located events, and the flagship event being the Global Maritime India Summit, which is going for the 4th edition now. And the second edition of Sagar Manthan, which the ministry started last year, that has also received the Great Oceans Dialogue, which is well appreciated and well received by the global community. So now I would request Honorable Minister to press the remote and launch the India Maritime Week.
Followed by the 2021 virtual edition that expanded to over 100 nations. The 2023 summit marked a significant milestone, hosting 297 international companies and 50 CEOs, featuring delegations from over 50 countries and securing commitments exceeding rupees 10 lakh crore. Building on the success of these past events, India Maritime Week 2025 promises to be an even grander spectacle, bigger and better than ever before. This landmark event aims to enhance global trade, captivate international interest, and establish a cutting edge platform for innovation and pivotal political dialogues. The India Maritime Week 2025 is coming from 27th to 31st October in Mumbai. Join us for the India Maritime Week 2025 and be a part of shaping the future of the maritime industry.
So this event is going to happen in Mumbai in the last week of October. So we expect to work with the industry and the other countries to put together this event. Moving on, so we have the next item in this series, like which is one nation, one port process. As respected secretary explained in his address, so this is an initiative which looks at optimizing the port processes and bringing in ease of doing business and reducing the logistic cost. So now I would request the Honorable Minister to press a remote and launch this initiative.
A transformative era is unfolding in India's maritime sector, driven by efficiency and excellence. Our ports serve as vital gateways for trade, crucial for economic growth. However, to fully harness their potential, we must address the complexities of handling diverse cargo. For years, inconsistencies in processes and documentations across ports have led to higher costs, supply chain disruptions, and delays. Under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways is addressing these challenges with the introduction of One Nation, One Port Process initiative. This groundbreaking initiative aims to standardize documentation and processes, eliminate inefficiencies, and promote continuous optimization. As a first step, Ministry has standardized documentation flow across major ports with three key stakeholders. That has already led to around 30% reduction in documentation. Aligned with the Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047, One Nation, One Port process will strengthen India's position in global trade. It represents a commitment to consistency, transparency, and efficiency, fortifying the backbone of nation's economic growth. Together, we are shaping the future of our ports and enhancing India's competitiveness on the global stage.
Thank you. Now I would request the Honorable Minister to unveil the book on One Nation, One Port process, which contains the details of documents for different processes, which has been standardized across ports. So the book contains the details which would be widely circulated. Thank you. Moving on, now we have the much awaited the port rankings, which was initiated by the ministry. This is called Sagar Ankalan, by which we are coming up with the first national port ranking, the logistic port performance rankings. So would request the Honorable Minister to press the remote and launch the rankings. This is the first ranking in the country that's being done for the ports.
India's maritime sector is making waves globally, driven by strategic initiatives like the PM Gati Shakti and the Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. These efforts have propelled India's rank in the international shipments. Capitalizing on this momentum, the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways proudly announces the launch of the Logistics Port Performance Index for financial year 2023-24 under the Sagar Ankalan guidelines. Introduced in 2024, the Sagar Ankalan guidelines set a new benchmark for evaluating port performance across the nation, encompassing both major and non-major ports. These guidelines established a framework for interport comparison based on operational efficiency parameters, ensuring comprehensive evaluation. As we unveil the first LPPI under the Sagar Ankalan guidelines, we are not just assessing performance. We are paving the way for Indian ports to lead in global maritime excellence. The Logistics Port Performance Index marks a significant step in increasing competitiveness, reinforcing India's commitment to becoming a global maritime powerhouse.
Thank you. Now, I would request the Honorable Minister to unveil the ranking book, which has the details of the ranking. That's okay. Sir. Thank you, sir. Moving on, now we have the awards to be given to the top performing ports in different categories. So we start with the bulk category, ports handling more than 5 million tons cargo. So the third rank goes to JSW, Jaigarh Port. Would invite Mr. Rinkesh Roy to come and collect the certificate. The second rank, thank you. In the second place is Deen Dayal Port. Would invite Mr. Sushil Kumar Singh on behalf of Deen Dayal Port to come and collect the certificate. So in this category, in number one place is Paradeep Port. Would invite Mr. Nilabra Das to come and collect the certificate on behalf of Paradeep Port. Thank you. Now we move to the next category, which is bulk ports handling less than 5 million tons cargo. So in number 3 is Ready Port. I would invite Captain Anand to come and collect the award on behalf of the port. In the second place is Diggy Ports, part of the Adani Group. Would invite Shri Kapil to come and collect the certificate on behalf of Diggy Port. Thank you. And in number 1 position is JSW Revadanda Port. Would again invite Mr. Rinkesh Roy to collect the award. Thank you. Now we move on to the container ports. Ports handling more than 0.5 million TEU. In this category, in the third position is BOC Chidambaram Port. Would invite Mr. Sushanta Prohit to come and collect the award on behalf of the port. In number 2 position is Kamaraj Port. Would invite Ms. Irene Cynthia to come and collect the award on behalf of the port. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Ms. Irene. In number 1 position is Jawaharlal Nehru Port. Put your hands together for Mr. Girish to collect the award on behalf of the port. So the last category is container ports handling less than 0.5 million TEU. In third position is Kakinada Port. Put your hands together for Captain Jacob, who will come and collect the award on behalf of the port. In the second place is New Mangalore Port. Would invite Sri Venkataramana to come and collect the award on behalf of the port. In this category, in the first place is Deen Dayal Port. Would invite Sri Sushil Kumar Singh to come and collect the award on behalf of the port. Thank you, sir. Moving on to the next item, which is the launch of Bharat Global Ports Consortium. So I would request the minister to press the remote and launch the consortium.
In an era where global trade defines economic success, three organizations under the aegis of Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways have forged an alliance to elevate India's maritime vision on the international stage. Introducing the Bharat Global Consortium between India Ports Global Limited, Indian Port Rail and Ropeway Corporation Limited, and Sagarmala Development Company Limited to set new benchmarks in the international port development. With IPGL as a lead partner, This consortium will be managing and operationalizing ports worldwide, from dedicated management to global cooperation. This unified approach will enhance connectivity and facilitate international trade. IPRCL brings its expertise in constructing state-of-the-art civil infrastructures, ensuring robust and efficient port terminals. Meanwhile, SDCL's innovative financial strategies are powering these ambitious projects, driving private sector involvement and securing the investments needed for these developments. This consortium aims to actively identify and undertake international projects that promise to redefine the standards of trade and commerce. Join us on this journey as we build the future of global maritime infrastructure, fostering economic growth and enhancing supply chain resilience. India Ports Global Limited, Indian Port Rail and Ropeway Corporation Limited, and Sagarmala Development Company Limited. Together, we are stronger, smarter, and resilient. Join us in shaping the future.
Thank you. Now I would invite the MDs of all the three companies, MD of IPGL, Mr. Mukundan, MD of SDCL, Mr. Dilip Kumar Gupta, and MD of IPRCL, Manoj Kumar Semwal, to come and exchange the MOU. So this consortium is aimed at looking at international projects in the port sector, where India has started taking presence in some of the countries. So this consortium would take that initiative further. Moving on, now I would request the Honorable Minister to press the remote and launch the website of the National Center for Excellence for Green Ports and Green Shipping. This is an initiative of the ministry along with Terry.
The upcoming NCO EGPS portal will serve as a key platform for advancing decarbonization in India's maritime sector. It will showcase eco-friendly shipping solutions and promote sustainable port practices. This launch marks a significant step towards fostering a global community committed to greener and more efficient shipping. Let's get started. Open your browser and type green-port-shipping.org in the address bar. Press enter and you will see the homepage of Green Port Shipping. After opening the website, users can go to the Login tab and click on Create an account if not already registered. Just fill in your details and you are ready to explore. As you scroll through the homepage, the website highlights 6 of its key focus areas: green ports, green hydrogen, biofuels, advocacy of green ports and shipping, adoption of wind power and solar power. The map of India depicts the location of 12 major Indian ports and their actions taken to turn carbon neutral. The highlights showcase various initiatives taken and policy frameworks by the government to promote sustainability in India's maritime sector. A dedicated month-wise section for events keeps users updated on upcoming conferences, training programs, and industry discussions. Now let us take a quick tour of the website's key tabs. Right at the top, we have the About Us tab, where you will find more about National Center for Green Ports and Shipping, an overview of its role and mission. Structure, a look at how the organization is set up, including the external committee members. Activities, ongoing projects to make ports greener, opportunities, and the FAQ section, which is your go-to tab for all the doubts that you may have. Just beside the About Us, you will find the Resources tab, which includes books, feature articles, green practices, policies and regulations, reports, and research papers. Here, robust search facility is available to search these documents. For example, by typing India transforming to a net zero emissions energy system in the search bar, you can find a report by Shell and Terry. Moving on to the media tab, this section includes news, where you can scroll through the latest developments in green
So moving
shipping
on,
and press releases.
we can
Under the
switch to the next one. So thank you. So moving on, we have the last item, which is a launch of the logo of Maitri. As has been explained by the previous speakers, this is an initiative as a part of the IMEC corridor, which is a very critical part of the establishment of the virtual trade corridor. And today we are launching the logo as well as the concept of Maitri. And there is a detailed stakeholder workshop which is happening parallelly. So now I would request the Honorable Minister to press the remote and unveil the logo of Maitri, followed by a short film on Maitri. Sir.
Thank you very much, Lakshman sir, for these amazing inputs. Let's give him a huge round of applause. And now for the August moment of the day. I now request the Honorable Union Minister, Ministry of PSW, Shri Harbananda Honwal, to come up and give us an insight on the government support for maritime development. Let's welcome him with a warm, warm round of applause, people.
Namaskar. Today we are sitting in the event of post-budget workshop. This particular event is very meaningful for every stakeholders involved in the maritime sector of the country. And आज की इस वर्कशॉप में उपस्थित हमारी मंत्रालय की सचिव टीके रामचंद्रन जी, IWAI की अध्यक्ष विजय जी, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी राजेश सिन्हा जी, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी लक्ष्मणन जी और इस सभागृह में उपस्थित हमारी सारी पोर्ट की अध्यक्षगण, उप अध्यक्षगण और हमारी शिपिंग कॉर्पोरेशन इंडिया, कोचिन शिपयार्ड लिमिटेड, जितना भी हमारी संस्था है, सभी संस्थाओं की मुखियागण और हमारी इस सभागृह में उपस्थित माननीय शिप बिल्डर्स, all other respected stakeholders. Today is a very auspicious day in Maharashtra. Last year, Cabinet approved the conferment of classical status to the rich and ancient language of Maharashtra, Marathi. And today I am proud that today is a proud occasion for all of us as we celebrate Marathi Bhasha Gaurav Din. I take this opportunity to wish all the Maharashtrian on this auspicious occasion. मातृभाषा हमारी सबके लिए अति प्रिय है. माँ की गोद में जो भाषा हमें जीवन में पहली सुनने के लिए मिलती है, सीखने के लिए मिलती है, वही मातृभाषा है. उसकी महानता, उसकी सुंदरता किसी का साथ तुलना नहीं की जाती. भक्ति भावनाओं से जिस भाषाओं का साथ हम जुड़ रही है, उसी का महत्व है मातृभाषा. I have a small write-up. I am not a good reader, but you will have to bear with me. And today, I am especially firmly believe that all the participants, with full of their dedication, you are here. Because we are together building this particular industry and this particular sector, whether it is maritime trade, maritime like industry, maritime innovation, all kind of maritime relationship, in all aspects, we have a big role to play. And under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, in the last 10 years, whatever success story we have all equally created, that is amazing. In the last 10 years, whatever this ministry could able to perform, it is because of your wholehearted support. मैं आपका ही गुणगान कर रहा हूं, आप सब बैठे हैं. And Honorable Prime Minister's vision, it has helped us to stand up and to put our best possible effort as directed by him. and whatever policy and program initiated in the last 10 years in this particular sector, because of the timely and quality implementation of the project, and I believe today we could able to dream bigger, and we have set our target very clear. Honorable Prime Minister has always been saying that reform, perform and transform, and that too with speed and scale. So that standard, that quality, that momentum will have to maintain in our every step of proceeding. तो इसलिए मैं मानता हूं कि अगले दिनों के लिए जो भी लक्ष्य तय की गई है, मैरीटाइम विजन 2030 हो, मैरीटाइम अमृतकाल विजन 2047, इस लक्ष्य प्राप्ति के लिए हम सब एक साथ जोड़ेंगे, जो रहे हैं और मजबूती से जुड़ेंगे। परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है कि तीसरे कार्यकाल में 3 गुना हम काम करेंगे। पहले 2 कार्यकाल में 2 गुना, अब 3 गुना, यानी कि विकास की गति को तेज से आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम सब अधिक परिश्रम करेंगे, अधिक मेहनत करेंगे। और इसके लिए इस बार बजट में जो सुविधा उपलब्ध की गई है, हमारी परम आदरणीय वित्त मंत्री जी ने जो हमें मौका दी है, पहली बार के लिए बड़े शिप बिल्डिंग को इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की स्टेटस दी गई है। ये हमारे लिए सुनहरा मौका है, यानी कि हमारी 10 साल की यात्रा सफल रहे और इसका स्वीकृति मिल रहा है। आप लोगों की मेहनत, आप लोगों के मेहनत की वजह से यह संभव हुई है। और जैसे रामाचंद्र जी ने कहा, 2030 तक हम टॉप 10 शिप बिल्डर में एक बनेंगे, है ना? और 2047 में will be one of the top 5 ship builder in the world. तो इसके लिए आज बजट में जो पाथ ब्रेकिंग अनाउंसमेंट की गई है, इसको हम जमीनी हकीकत से जोड़ने के लिए हम सबको सही समय पर सही कदम उठाना होगा। तो मुझे लगता है कि सरकार की तरफ से उन्होंने, परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मन बना लिया है कि जितना हो सके हम आपको सपोर्ट करेंगे, बाकी आपका काम है। तो इसलिए आपने दुनिया देखी है, दुनिया की कौन कौन सा देश शिप बिल्डिंग में, शिप रिपेयर्स में, अलग अलग कंटेनर्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में और इस जहाज उद्योग को सबसे बेहतर बनाने के लिए क्या क्या सुविधा उपलब्ध करना चाहिए, कैसे कैसे टेक्नोलॉजी इनकॉर्पोरेट करना चाहिए, कैसे कैसे इसमें विजन यानी कि सोच हम इसमें उपलब्ध करना चाहिए, जोड़ना चाहिए। ये सारी चीजों को समझते हुए हमें भी हिंदुस्तान में ऐसा एक इकोसिस्टम बनानी होंगी ताकि दुनिया का बेहतर से बेहतर जो भी बड़े लीडिंग मैरीटाइम नेशन है उनको भी लगने लगे अब हमारे से बेहतर हो गया हिंदुस्तान, भारत। तो दुनिया का ध्यान आकर्षित करने के लिए हमें ये माहौल यहां खड़ा करनी होगी। तो मैं चाहूंगा कि आप सब उसी दिशा पर, हम सब एक साथ उसी दिशा पर काम करें। मैं हृदय से आप लोगों को बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं। ये पीपीपी जो नीति अपनाया गया है अपने इस उद्योग जगत को बढ़ावा देने के लिए, चाहे पोर्टलेट इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन हो, पोर्टलेट कनेक्टिविटी हो, मॉडर्नाइजेशन, मैकेनाइजेशन, डिजिटाइजेशन, and also of let AI connection with our faster growth of our entire journey. This is the way we'll have to stand up as per the demanding situation of the globe, as per the challenges we are to overcome. So I believe that level of thought process we could create within ourselves by way of this kind of event. Supposing today in this workshop, whatever invaluable suggestion and out of your global experiences and whatever challenges you have been foreseeing, whatever kind of difficulties you have been seeing, everything will have to be brought to the book so that we could all realize that what next better step to be taken. So I believe that is the level of attainment is very much required for all of us. I'll read out small numbers of words, so please stand with me. It is truly a pleasure to be here today among so many champions of India's maritime sector, shipbuilding industry leaders, shipyard association, shipbuilding accessory makers, shipbreakers, ship recycler, policymakers, innovators, stakeholders who share a common goal, making India a global maritime powerhouse. Let me begin by acknowledging the incredible journey we have taken over the last decades. Our port have expanded, our turnaround times have helped, our global ranking have improved, and our inland waterways are finally being put to the use they deserve. This transformation has not happened overnight. It is the result of bold reforms, targeted investment, and most importantly, the collective efforts of all of you present here today. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, India is sailing towards a big ship Bharat, ensuring that our ports, shipping, and waterways become the backbone of a thriving economy. The Union Budget 2025 has put the maritime sector at the forefront of India's growth story. Maritime Development Fund, the 25,000 crores Maritime Development Fund, is a game changer. It will provide long-term financing, encourage private investment, and modernize our ports and shipping infrastructure. Infrastructure is attached to large ship. The recognition of large ship as infrastructure will unlock new avenue for financing, making it easier for businesses to invest in shipbuilding and coastal trade. Shipbuilding financial assistance policy. And let's not forget the revamp of this policy, which will level the playing field for our shipyard, helping them compete with global giant. Shipbuilding cluster. Now, let's talk about shipbuilding cluster, a vision we are actively pursuing. This cluster will not only make India a hub for ship construction, but will also create thousands of jobs, bring in new technologies, and strengthen our global competitiveness. Extension of basic custom duty exemption. To further boost this industry, we have extended custom duty exemption on shipbuilding inputs for another 10 years. Imagine the cost saving and the ease this will bring to manufacturer. But here is the real opportunity that I want to highlight. Inland water transport. For years, we have underutilized our river. tonnage tax regime for inland vessel. The extension of the tonnage tax regime to inland vessel is a major step in making river transport more attractive and viable for businesses. With the collaborative approach, we can revolutionize logistics, reduce freight cost, and create an eco-friendly alternative to road and rail transport. Another reforms I am particularly excited about is one nation, one port process. For too long, each port had its own way of doing things. Too much paperwork, too many inefficiencies. But we are changing that. We have already reduced container operation document by 33% and bulk cargo document by 29%. This is just the beginning. Our aim is to make port operation smoother, faster, and more transparent across the country. Let's not forget efficiency. With the launch of Sagar Ankalan, our logistic port performance index will now benchmark all ports in India based on global standard. This will push every port to be more competitive, more efficient, and more accountable. On the global front, India is stepping up. The Bharat Port Global Consortium will expand our maritime footprint internationally, strengthening our trade resilience and ensuring that India is not just a participant but a leader in global shipping and port operation. And now something revolutionary, Maitri. This is not just another digital initiative. It will radically change international trade. With mutual recognition of clearances, AI-driven transparency, and blockchain security, Maitri will cut down delays, remove bureaucratic hurdles, and make India an easier place to do business. The private sector should fully leverage this platform. It's designed to help businesses grow and expand seamlessly. The year 2025 will also mark the launch of India Maritime Week, biannual global maritime gathering that will be one of the largest in the whole world. In 2016, our visionary Prime Minister inaugurating the first ever Maritime India Summit to bring global investment to India's maritime sector. Since then, two more such global investment summits have had a larger impact and greater outreach. In 2021 and 23, the Honorable Prime Minister's vision and ambition for India's maritime sector were codified into the Maritime India Vision 2030 and Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047. The last 2023 Maritime Amritkal Vision edition show investment opportunities for over 10 lakhs crore and potential of 15 lakhs job in the coming years. Taking forwards the incredible momentum, I announced that starting in 2025, India will celebrate its maritime virasat, maritime vikas, in the form of India Maritime Week. Further, in 2024, the ministry, in partnership with the Observer Research Foundation, launched the Sagar Manthan, the Great Ocean Dialogue, as an annual dialogue to center stage India as the global venue for all strategic maritime conversation. Cruise Bharat mission was launched in 2024 to boost country's tremendous potential for cruise tourism. A national shipbuilding mission for mission mode approach is under development. The government is setting the stage, but we need the private sector to step up, invest in shipbuilding, invest in inland waterways, invest in port modernization. There is immense potential, and we are committed to ensuring that you have the right policies, the right financing, and the right environment to thrive. The Vadavan and Galatia Bay Port project are a great example of how private participation will transform infrastructure. Built under PPP mode, they will redefine India's maritime capabilities. Friends, India's blue economy is not just about ships and ports. It's about job, trade, sustainability, and economic growth. We are not just aiming to be a top 10 shipbuilding nation by 2030. We are aiming to create an ecosystem that is world class, efficient, and future ready. This is the way we'll have to grow. We'll have to move. And I am confident that everyone sitting in this particular hall are capable enough to carry this particular agenda forward with credibility, commitment, and achievement. है ना आपका पास वो ability? तो मैं आज आप सबको फिर से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं और आज आप लोग जो सरसा में आप लोग अपनी बात रखेंगे ये हमारे लिए एक गाइडिंग प्रिंसिपल बनेगा, गाइडिंग फोर्स भी बनेगा, क्योंकि आपके अनुभव, आपकी उपलब्धि ये हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा शक्ति का आधार होता है और ये दिशा भी देता है दुनिया को जीतने के लिए, दुनिया में चैंपियन बनने के लिए, चैंपियन ऑफ चैंपियन बनने के लिए भारत को क्या क्या करना जरूरी है। तो इस विषय पर आप दुनिया देखी है, आप कह सकते हैं कहां क्या है, क्या कमजोरी है, लेकिन हमें अपनी सारी व्यवस्था में कहीं भी कोई कमजोरी नजर नहीं आना चाहिए। इतना कॉम्पैक्ट और इतना कंसोलिडेट और इतना मजबूत जो दुनिया हमसे अपेक्षा करती है। भारत rising star in this maritime trade, maritime world, and I believe India will have to play a key role, pivotal role, and that is the expectation of the global family. In many occasions I have seen under the dynamic leadership of honorable prime ministers, wherever he is going to address different kind of issues, everywhere the India is commanding a highest level of respect and expectation. दुनिया का उम्मीद बन चुका है, हिंदुस्तान, भारत तरक्की कर सकता है और भारत ही दुनिया की हर समस्या का हल निकाल सकता है। वो शक्ति भारत में है, इसलिए भारत को महाभारत कहा जाता है। महाशक्तिशाली ये भारत, सब विषय पर हमारा जो शक्ति बसा हुआ है हजारों साल से, सदियों से, ये शक्ति को हमको समझना होगा और शक्ति को सही उपयोग करना होगा। तो मुझे लगता है इसी भावनाओं से हम इस मैरीटाइम इंडस्ट्री में जुड़े हुए हर व्यक्ति, प्राइवेट, पब्लिक, सब हम एक साथ टीम इंडिया की स्पिरिट से हम लगे रहे। मेरा मानना है प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी ने जो भी हमारे लिए सपना रचना की है, इस हम सपने को साकार कर पाएंगे। इसी शब्दों का साथ आई एम रियली थैंकफुल टू ऑल ऑफ यू प्रेजेंट हियर टुडे एंड आई विश यू a very fruitful today for better tomorrow. Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Dhanyavad. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much for this most inspiring and motivating speech, sir. I would like to now present to you that we would be having the networking break and tea break right now, but unfortunately, we do not have 30 minutes to spare, so requesting you all to please be back by 15 minutes. For the media, we will be having the media interaction in the Lotus Hall downstairs. So requesting all personals involved in the media to please go and start your setup there. But requesting the rest of you to please come back in the next 15 minutes. So save 12:45. Yeah, 12:45 works. Thank you very much. Tea is outside, served. See you soon for the session one. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request everyone to please be seated. We'll start the session immediately. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Harshit, for taking over my job for a second. Requesting everyone to please be seated. If you are outside and can somehow hear me, I request everyone to please be seated. We can start off with the next session because we're already running late and we wouldn't want to put over more. Requesting everyone to please be seated. We have an extremely interesting first session of discussions. I request everyone to please come over and please be seated. Someone needs to inform the event management company to get the people from outside to inside because they can't hear them. So ask sir, सुनाई नहीं देगा बाहर स्पीकर से नहीं कोई नहीं है they're not very accepting like that. Yeah, of course, that's the best way to go forward. Requesting everyone to please be seated. If members of the event management company are present over here, I request you to please ask the members outside to come in quickly. So please come and be seated. You can start. Start calling these people.
Yes.
Okay.
So opening remarks.
I welcome you all to the post-budget stakeholder workshop Mumbai today on 27th of February 2025. So now we are having the session one, which is the union budget announcements on shipbuilding, revitalizing the Indian shipbuilding sector for increased financial assistance for Indian shipyards. Point number 2 that we'll be focusing upon is ship-breaking credit note scheme and its impact. Further, we'll also be discussing capital support for new shipbuilding clusters. For opening remarks, I'd like to call upon Shri Rajesh Kumar Sinha, Additional Secretary, Ministry of PSW. Let's give him a big round of applause, people. Shri Rajesh Sinha for all of you. Further the presentation, I'd like to call upon Shri Madhu S. Nair, Chairman and Managing Director, Cochin Shipyard Limited. A big round of applause, people. And I also present to you the moderator, Mr. Harshit Mittal, Senior Manager at Invest India Ministry of PSW. Big round of applause. I now hand over the podium to Harshit Mittal, who will take over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to request the panelist speakers to kindly come one by one on the stage. So, I'll request CMD SCI Captain BK Tyagi to kindly honor us. Next, I'll request Dr. Daraz Ahmed, IAS, who is the MD of Guidance, to kindly be seated on the stage. Next, I'll request Rear Admiral GK Harish, who is the Vice President at L&T Shipbuilding, to kindly be seated. Next, I'll request Captain Deepak Tiwari, who is the CEO of MSC in India and also the President of CSLA, to kindly be on the stage. I'll also request Sri Arjun Chogle, who's from Chogle and Company, to also come on the stage, please. And last but not the least, I'll request Sri Vivek Merchant from Swan to also come on the stage, please. So without much ado, I'll request our additional secretary, Sri Rajesh Sinha sir, to kindly start off this vote of thanks, initial remarks, please. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. I'll be quick and brief. We have all seen the budget announcements. I'm not repeating that. The deliberation will be more on what is that the sector needs. The discussion is how to implement the budget announcement, how to make effective implementation of the budget announcement. The para that is on this particular scheme is about shipbuilding financial assistance 2.0, 2.0. It's basically it's a running scheme. It's a policy crafted into a scheme run through budgetary support. As you know, those from the shipbuilding sector know it very well. In 2016, when it was launched, it had a portfolio of 4,000 crore rupees to be spent over a span of 10 years in 2020 till 2026. We are in 2025. We have spent about 420 crore rupees out of that. This we have discussed many at length at many forums. I'll not repeat that. Why it happened? We had analyzed that. What are the remedial steps that we have discussed? We have tried to bring in all those into the new set of points in the new policy that will be coming out. The current announcement is a budget announcement. It's a policy statement. The detailing of that policy is underway. We have gone through a process of approval, and very soon it will be approved and before us. The features that we discussed and we have put in the document, some of the highlights of those features are: one is that if you look at the old policy, the support or the financial support or the financial assistance was on a reducing basis. Every third year, the percentage of assistance will come down by 3%, effectively 1% each year. In the proposal, we have said there should be no reduction. It should be flat and should be a long-term thing. The sector itself is a long gestation sector. It takes long term to even to build a ship, to get an order, to deliver, and for a shipyard to break even. The long gestation period sector. So our proposal is to make it a very long term. In fact, I personally suggested at a very high forum that the scheme should be up to 2047. I propose that. Looks very theoretical, but I suggested the scheme should be announced up to 2047. My view was not accepted, but in theory, it was accepted that this is actually a sector that needs financial assistance and needs support for on a long-term basis. So one feature is it will have a flat rate assistance. There'll be no reducing basis of assistance. Second feature is we have divided three types of ships. One is normal ships, barges and other ships, about 20% of assistance. Second is specialized vessels. Those carriers, LPG, LNG carriers, etc. We call it specialized. For you, it may be normal thing, but for me, it's very specialized. We call it specialized vessels. A little higher assistance. The third category is green or hybrid. We call it green, even if it is hybrid. All will be given assistance at a further higher level. We have proposed 30%. So even if you transition from diesel to battery to some other mode, which is less fossil in terms of that, in the sense of that term, it will have a further higher level of financial assistance. Another feature which has come out in discussion, which was not my idea, but it appeared to be very attractive, is can we give the assistance not as a back end, not after the complete ship is built and supplied, but stage-wise payment, which in normal government schemes we do stage payments against some security. Like banks must be giving financial assistance and giving loans to shipyards on a term basis, not exactly at the end when the ship is delivered, but even during the course of building of the ship. So this is another point that we are currently deliberating, and our view has been that it is a very good idea, it must be done, but against some security, because we are giving assistance from the government budget. Another feature that we have been working on is a credit note facility, which you may have heard about this. It is actually being practiced, or it was being practiced in one of the countries, China or some other country. That if you scrap a ship in India, recycle or break a ship in India, so the one who comes for scrapping a ship, he gets 40% of that scrap value as a credit note. This credit note can be utilized or encashed or used or paid towards building a new ship in Indian shipyard. So we are trying to incentivize shipbuilding in India through recycling happening in India. This is some kind of circular incentivization, you can say. We call it circular economy, but not circular economy. This is actually incentivizing one sector, also incentivizing some other sector. We're trying to make use of that. And we know very well that in next 10 years, about 15,000 ships will be recycled worldwide. And majority of those ships will have to be mandatorily recycled in India. For the reason that capacity, for the reason that our recycling yards are Hong Kong Convention compliant, about 110 are compliant. And we are also in the process of getting, for some of the shipbreaking yards, the clearance from the EUSRR, the European Union Ship Recycling Regulations. We are also working on that. So this will enable our own Indian shipbreaking yards capable of recycling large majority of those ships which are getting recycled. Now, what we are trying to bring in, those who come to recycle in India, they should also go for shipbuilding in India. And that is why this policy, and that is why we want to have additional capacity creation in India. Another statement which recently in another discussion, it was coming out, our shipyards are busy. They are busy, they are engaged, but if you look at the output, it is not very high in terms of GT. That's a gross tonnage. That's a unit of, that is the unit that in which we measure the shipbuilding. So our capacity, which we see in Indian shipyards, is about 1 million GT, including the defense PSU shipyards. The actual output of merchant ships is about 50,000 GT. So from 10 lakh capacity to 50,000 production. That's the in terms of GT. That excludes the defense ships which are built, which may not have very high GT, maybe in complexity they may be high, but not in terms of GT. So this is broadly this scenario here. So this is one policy that has been announced. If you look at the second part of that announcement in the budget, it talks about building clusters. So that we are proposing another note, another proposal, we are moving on that. How to expand, how to add shipbuilding capacity in India. If we have to reach top 10 in 2030 and top 5 in 2047, with the current capacity, it will not happen. Even if we make whatever arithmetic we make, it doesn't happen. We have to add capacity either by a greenfield setting up a new shipyard or by expanding the capacity of the existing shipyards. We have very big shipyards. One of the eminent panelists here is from that shipyard. In fact, I see many here now. So we'll hear from them about how do we maximize output from the existing capacity in terms of area, etc., waterfront, etc. What needs to be added to that facility? Is it upskilling? Is it capital expenditure in some sense, more mechanization, or better processes? Those points we'll hear from the expert panelists here. And also about the upskilling centers. This is another point that we have been hearing, and in my opening address I said that this is another point that has been raised by some of the foreign shipyards. They have been visiting India quite a lot now. So this point they've been saying that the workforce that we have in the shipyards, they need to be seriously upgraded, upskilled. And so therefore we require a number of upskilling centers coming up. We have proposed there'll be one nodal center, we can have multiple centers around. And our expectation is very high, as is the vision. Vision is top 5, top 10. But if you look and translate into terms of employment generation, it runs into millions. That is what Secretary Sir was mentioning in his speech. So the overall this sector we are looking at as a huge potential sector. Ship building, I'm talking only about ship building sector. I'm not talking about ship owning sector, I'm talking about ship building sector. And that is the focus of this panel. So with these very opening remarks, very bare outline of the scheme policy that we are currently in the process of framing, I welcome all the esteemed panelists, very knowledgeable, and put together they must have 200 years of shipbuilding experience on the dais here. Thank you very much.
A heartfelt thanks to our additional secretary, sir, for setting the stage with his insightful opening remarks, outlining the government's commitment to shipbuilding. I'll now request Madhu Nair, sir, CMD of Cochin Shipyard Limited, for his detailed presentation shedding light on CSL's pivotal role in strengthening the shipbuilding sector. Sir.
Good morning to one and all. Respected Additional Secretary, Port Shipping and Waterways, Sri Rajesh Sinha, eminent panelists on the dais, and delegates. First of all, I think today the gathering here is a very different kind of gathering. We had the Honorable Minister conveying how this budget has been game-changing in more ways than one. For me personally, been in the fraternity for straight out of college as a shipbuilder, it's now been almost 38 years. And I feel continuously we have heard this, that we need more from the government. The government has to do a lot of things. Policies need to change and the government needs to do a lot of things. I think we have come a long way, and this budget, the kind of historic nature this budget has, from a shipbuilder's perspective, I think we can't ask for anything more. Whatever has been asked over the past many, many years, essentially, everything has come in. And I think this calls for a big round of applause to the government officials here. We can all be truly part of it, but then I think the government has rightfully played a very major part here. Rajesh Sinha has set the context. He has brought out what are the core facets in the whole thought process. There's a presentation here, but I won't go through the full uh, process. Just touching upon the basic features. And this is very important because I think for the first time, this country has seen impetus on shipbuilding right from the top. The Honorable Prime Minister is leading this vision. And this was very evident during 2023 Global Maritime India Summit. The ministry was fast tracking and pushing. The ministry had set in the Maritime India Vision 2030. And during the Maritime India Summit 2023, when the Maritime Amrutkal Vision 2047 was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister, I thought many of us were in for a surprise when the Prime Minister said, raise your ambitions. India must be in the top 5 by 2047. And the kind of leadership that's been provided at the highest levels, the directions that's been provided from the highest levels, the kind of effort that has been taken by the ministry, stakeholder consultations, multiple level involvement, all are testimony that India's time on the shipbuilding scenario has actually arrived. Sri T.K. Ramachandran said, I don't want to use the word that it's culmination. It's probably the start of a long journey, but it's culmination of a lot of efforts that's happened. Not getting into this detail, and apologies here to Arjun. That's what happens when you grow very fast. The shipyards are not in the map here, but we'll make sure that all the shipyards are correctly reflected. Rajesh Sinha talked about GT, and for a shipbuilder like us, many other yards in the country, today we are not in a position to count GT because we go by something else. We go by the money we make. We go by the number of ships we make because it's not a GT dependent ship that we have been talking about. But tomorrow, if India has to clock number 10 and number 5, we need to count our gross tonnages. We need to count the merchant ships which we are building. And I'm very sure that the impetus we have seen in restructuring some of the shipyards, eminent personalities are here on the dais and off the dais. And we are seeing a revival of some of those shipyards. But we need to clock 0.6 million GT if we are to get into the top 10. And we hope to move into the top 5 in the world. It's eminently possible if we follow a particular track, but 2030 will have to be cracked first. The initiatives, it's been touched upon already, but we have had the shipbuilding financial assistance policy, which has now been extended into 2026, and clarity has also emerged over there. The percentage has not been reduced, so the percentage remains same into 2026. And I just want to convey that there are fine prints which the industry has been asking for. For example, multiple vessels in a single contract, how it's evaluated, how specialized ships will be treated. All those have already been addressed in the present existing shipbuilding financial assistance policy. This is how the ministry puts across its thoughts, the 4 pillars. And I think this would be a good way to understand whatever is happening in the segment. The 4 pillars. Pillar number 1 is the new shipbuilding financial assistance policy 2.0. And I would request the entire gathering here, because when we all started, we used to talk the word subsidy. I think as a fraternity, we need to shed this word. It probably would be coming in as a support, and let us use the word shipbuilding financial assistance support. Let us not use the word subsidy. It doesn't rhyme well with many other aspects worldwide. So SBFAP 2.0, the pillar 1, Sri Rajesh Sinha has explained it. I have a bit more detail in the next slide. Pillar 2 is the MDF, and MDF is a specialized fund 25,000 crores is the corpus which is being talked about to start off. This would be in the nature of an AIF partly, and there could be other elements also to it, but essentially it would be a private nature fund which would act with government corpus which will be limited to 49 percentage. So the MDF which will support ship acquisition, shipyard, brownfield, new expansion, and various other initiatives would be made available. The contours will be opened up shortly. Pillar number 3 is, as a ministry, within the ministry, we call it the C3. So the 3 C's: capacity, capability, and creation of the demands. So this would also entail a lot of uh, capacity additions, skill development, aggregation of demand. We will touch upon that a little bit as we move forward. And pillar number 4 is legal policy and the process reforms. So together, these 4 pillars would be taking this entire sector forward. Shipbuilding financial assistance policy, I'm not taking too much time. Probably the industry has got good heads up on this already. And additional secretary has very clearly enumerated. But the great part here is it's going to be a flat 20 percentage. And for hybrid vessels, and these days we are all aware, most of the ships would have some element of green. It cannot be an eyewash. It will have to be for real, but it should have to be part of the propulsion. And DG Shipping has framed guidelines onto what exactly is a hybrid vessel. But for those hybrid vessels, then it's a 25 percentage. And as we move forward, if it's a green vessel, fully green vessel, which would be run on ammonia or methanol, then it's a 30 percentage. Most important factor is also timelines on the vessels, because this has been a challenge, including for a shipyard like Cochin Shipyard. We have faced this challenge because when you actually pick in certain types of vessels, 2 or 4 numbers, this was running into the time limit challenges prescribed by the earlier SBFAP. This is being addressed in the new schemes. So essentially, 3 categories are being carved out in the new policy. Shipping credit note. This is actually big. It may not sound big today, because as was explained, where are our shipyards? Where are the capacities? Only when the capacities are there, you can break a ship and then build a new one in India. But this is giving the confidence that you break a ship, you recycle a ship in India, and as was mentioned, we have got the highest aspirations on our ship recycling segment. But when you recycle ships in India, this credit note, and it's a big credit note, it's 40 percentage. This credit note would be available when you build ships in Indian shipyards. And I'm sure all of us together in the next few years, we will see that there will be significant ships that will be built in Indian shipyards. Clusters. The picture here is, most of you are aware, this is Hyundai. And this entire area was a sleepy village at a point of time. And today there is the largest conglomerate and cluster in the world. The government, the central government has proposed, the state governments have connected. We are now in discussions with most of the coastal states who can actually afford and who have provisions for sparing large tracts of land, a minimum of a kilometer plus of waterfront. The major ports in these states are guiding those visions and are very closely connected. And what the government will do is infra and backend connect, including potentially breakwaters and access, communications, power could all be set up by the government. Common R&D facilities, common ancillary testing facilities. So it's going to be a state and center interactions, and over the course of today, we can discuss this further. But there are a few states which are gone very far in this direction. There's significant discussions that's actually happening. This would need some anchor shipyards in each of this cluster, because a cluster can't just start off just like that. You will need an anchor shipyards, and the anchor shipyards can be either existing shipyards which can talk about significant brownfield expansion and additions, for which again support could come in from this developments, or we are trying to attract our friends from Japan or Korea to come here full time and set up greenfield shipyards. Naturally, a greenfield shipyard conceiving, developing, it's going to take time, and there's a fair bit of money that will have to be invested. So both will have to move consistently, but the thought process of clusters is now becoming real. This is the cluster-based approach that we have been talking about. So what the central government could come in is, again, MDF, the financial assistance policy, the paid internship, including the PM internship programs, creation of common assets, and the state governments would come in with facilities which are flashed on the screen, and with single window clearances. And many of the leading maritime states have come in very strongly on this. And the proposed clusters, the thought process, as the Honorable Minister said, the thought process is to create scale. It's transformation with scale. So when we are talking about scale, this country last 75 years in the shipbuilding space, we have not been able to create the scale. We have been talking about the chicken and egg situation continuously. It's only in the defense space that we have been able to break out a little bit. But in the commercial space, we are talking about breaking out with large ecosystems. I just want to convey a few more points. It was mentioned here that even if we want to create scale, today Swan has taken over the erstwhile assets of Pipavav shipyard. We have built in Kochi a very large dry dock. Chowgles have taken over the assets. In addition to their own assets, they have taken over the old Bharati shipyard assets in Mangalore. Welspun has taken over the ABG assets, and the erstwhile Bharati assets in Ratnagiri is being taken over and built up by my good friend Yogi. Soft has invested in the yard in Bharuch. There are many others who are talking about small and mid-time expansions. But one is the feel and the belief. And I want every one of us to understand. Today, as on today, my figure may be one or two that side, this side, but mid-size international short sea vessels, what we call coastal vessels in India, short sea vessels in Europe. Today, there are 75 ships being built in various shipyards in India. All of the green variety or hybrid variety for the highest clientele in Europe. So this is a great achievement for the country, because 75 ships being built, we are probably number 2 or number 3 in the world from that point of view on the coastal short sea vessels. How did this come about? This came about because at that level, there is a niche on which India can actually score, and the shipbuilding financial assistance policy has helped us quite a lot in getting those. Those vessels, whether it's from Cochin Shipyard or from Chowgle or from Mazgon Dock or from GRSC or GSL, when they hit the markets and when they come out, these must come out at the highest quality. Make in India, made in India should reflect the highest quality worldwide. There can be no lower, it cannot be that Indian quality. It is actually the highest levels of global quality. Point two, when we want our aspirations to scale up into the next league, build large ships. And I say this very openly. I have built a new large shipyard, 310-meter dry dock. I can build a Suez Max vessel and even more. But the question is, can I do it competitively on competitive time and competitive pricing? The answer is a no, because there's a lot in upskilling, there's a lot in processes and systems, there's a lot in supply chains. So these are matters which we'll have to discuss. We'll have to have the belief, and we'll have to get the contracts. We'll have to get in this hold together. Once we hold on, we cannot drop the baby. In the past, and I've been part of that generation also, in the past, this country actually was on the top league in some of the segments in ship contracting, but then we dropped the baby and we got a very bad name in the global market. This time, things are entirely different. There is a government fully backing this up, and as Additional Secretary Sir said, it's not a short-term backing up. It's a very, very long-term backing up. And this backing up is coming right from the Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Minister. It's a whole of the government approach. We are talking about demand aggregation. We are talking about how petroleum vessels can be built in the country. It's more than 100 vessels which could get ordered. Fertilizer segment, the bulk vessels. So the capacities would get aggregated. The question and the onus really is on the industry and the shipbuilders to make this happen. The government, I feel, has done their part. The industry has to move forward. If there are fine prints which needs correction, I'm sure that we are having a very benevolent government which would look at all the aspects. Thank you once again, and thanks a lot to the Honorable Minister and the Government of India for making all this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful presentation. We'll now want to move on with the panel discussion. We begin with Captain B.K. Tyagi, who's the CMD of SCI, to kindly address us with his own views and feedback on the policy.
Varsat, respected Honorable Minister Sri Sarvanand Sonowal ji, Shipping Secretary, distinguished panelists on the dais, guests in the hall. Madhu Saab, thank you very much for very brief and impactful presentation, which has given the basically what is there in the budget. We all have gone through the para 63, 64, 65, 66, and 151 of union budgets. And this is the key points for all of us to discuss in 3 sessions. This is the first session. Next session and the third session will be regarding MDF. I would like to just give overall view that how today we are here, what have happened in the past, and what is the road for all of us in the future and up to 2047. 1988, Indian ships used to carry nearly 41% of Indian exim cargo. This percentage reduced to 8.5% in 2014. And currently it is only 5%. India is growing, India is flying with full speed. Plus 3 trillion economy now. Very soon it will be 5 plus. Every 1.5 year, nearly 1 trillion is being added to the economy of country. As I said, India is flying in all terms, in all segments. But in terms of maritime sector, this growth has not happened. And this gap between the Indian tonnage, Indian shipbuilding, and the India growth overall is widening. There are multiple regions. One is that India is definitely growing. On the other hand, Indian tonnage shipbuilding sector, either it is just remaining constant or it is decreasing. And this gap is bad for the country in terms of the commercials also and from a strategic point of view also. This need and this gap was identified by our Ministry of Shipping. Last 1.5 years, various workshop sessions were done. And these gaps, how to fill up this gap? This was identified. Ministry has put forward to the further levels. And what we see in the union budget, is just to address those gaps. And I think this has happened first time after independence, where this sector has got so much importance, which is much needed. Again, I'm repeating, this is for the commercial also, and from the country's strategic point of view also. First time, various stakeholders on the one side, cargo owners like Indian oil companies, fertilizer, steel, they have come together and demand is being aggregated. On the other hand, back to bend, this cargo owner one side joining hand with the ship owners. What is the demand for the vessels, at least to cover the Indian exim cargo, is identified, and then this order goes to the Indian shipbuilders. So this is all happening within our country. Only it was never basically thought in a very comprehensive way. First time this is happening, and this is how this all energies will be put together, and then this will help entire country. Aspirations for the country, for the shipbuilding. Today we stand at the number 17. By 2030, number 10, and by 47 we want to be number 5. This can only happen if we have got a world-class infrastructure, and Ministry of Shipping and Ports already delegates have visited South Korea, Japan, and we can see a lot of positive and the forthcoming interest from these foreign yards. Today, hardly any ships are being constructed. I'll say less than 1%, which is the data available. And similarly is the fate of the Indian ship owning also. Nearly $76 billion of freight goes out of country every year. And this is only in terms of freight. Opportunities what we are missing in terms of the shipbuilding and the ancillary industries. So this is the total loss to the Indian economy. And once this budget is implemented and we all the stakeholders get the advantage of this all money will go to Indian economy, and definitely India as a country overall will enjoy the fruit of this. Shipbuilding specifically has got a huge potential for the employment, multiplier to the tune of 6.4 and investment multiplier to the 1.82, and this means a lot to the employment generation also, and for the economy also. Target 2047, we as a maritime industry we require nearly 75 to 80 lakh crores of investment, and most of it will come to the ship, acquiring the ship's tonnage and the shipbuilding. So overall, I'll just cut short this. This has been an excellent budget, and this is the result of last 1.5 year, 2 years of hard work by all stakeholders supporting our Ministry of Shipping and Ports. And this is the result. And from here onwards, once we have the micro detailing of all these incentives, then we as a maritime industry, we had to take advantage of this, and this disadvantage what we have in terms of shipbuilding, if vessel is being built in Korea or in India, that gap in terms of anything, tax, MDFG finance, least cost finances, these all things are being addressed where we as a ship owner or the other stakeholders we claim, and we keep complaining to ministry, and very rightly, that we are at competitive disadvantage. So this competitive disadvantage, the delta 18 to 20% is going to be addressed with this union budget. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Captain Tyagi. We now have Captain Deepak Tiwari, who's the CEO MSC India. He's also the head of Container Shipping Line Association in India. So in a way, he represents the global shipping lines. Captain Tiwari, a bit from the unmatched macro view you possess with respect to how the global container shipping volumes and of course the freight rates have been in the last few years, apart from the estimated cargo growth in the coming years, especially for India, we are expected to touch close to 7 billion tons of cargo per annum by 2047. So how big are India's chances of leveraging this opportunity and sort of rapidly ramping up our own ship repair, ship building, and ship recycling capabilities. Sir, over to you. Yeah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon to you, sir, respected Mr. Ramchandran, Secretary of the Ministry, Additional Secretary Sinha Sahab, distinguished panelists, the Joint Secretary Shipping and Ports, and ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Um, as far as growth of India and the trade of India, there is no doubt that everybody knows that India is going to grow, and along with that, Indian international trade as well as domestic trade is going to continue to grow. Not tomorrow, not day after, and way beyond 2047. This growth can be actually looked at as an opportunity for all Indians, Indian shipping companies, Indian shipyards, Indian manufacturing of maritime equipment as a big stepping stone. The government, for the first time, I would say after a long time, has actually come up with policies pertaining to ship recycling, shipbuilding, and the maritime sector in toto. And this is a big fillip. Now it is up to us to actually take advantage of it. I'll give you a perspective as far as foreign shipping lines are concerned. And let me tell you very clearly that foreign shipping lines are more than happy to see this kind of policy and to actually use India and the Make in India policies to do shipbuilding in India. It's a big challenge at this point of time. On comparison basis, it's a question of cost, it's a question of productivity, it's a question of lead times to complete the projects, which are a big question mark at this point of time. I'm not going to go into quality because the Indian shipyards, if they can make ships for the defense, I mean, in terms of quality, you can do wonders. People have been talking about technical know how. Somehow or the other, the technical know how is already there. Technical know how, both for ship building as well as for ship repair, is already prevalent with the shipbuilding yards. I think CMD of Cochin Shipyard will bear me out. I remember during my career when I was actually attending ships as a superintendent in dry docks, etc., in Cochin Shipyard, I spent about 8.5 months in the shipyard. And during that particular period, we dry docked more than 5 vessels for Shipping Corporation of India. We've seen the technical know-how, the technical expertise that they had in the late 80s and 90s, which they have today as well. If you can build the latest quality of smaller near sea ships, you can build any quality of ship, frankly. The question is impetus. What the shipping companies are looking at in India is, can we come and set up base here in India for not only the shipbuilding aspect of it, but also in terms of ship repair and dry dock. If you actually see and do an analysis of the ports in and around the Arabian Sea, the Indian Ocean area, as well as the Bay of Bengal, you'll find that there all the dry docks which are prevalent are not sufficient to take care of the ships repair and dry docking, shipbuilding apart, for the ships that are actually plying in this area. to handle the Indian trade. So not only is there an opportunity in shipbuilding, there is a huge opportunity in ship repair and dry docking. And that is easy money. That is quick money. The turnaround is much faster. Ship recycling. We have in Alang the shipyards that are compliant with the Hong Kong Convention. There are a few shipyards which have started getting their certification and compliance with the EU regulations. What we would like to see is recycling of ships, which will be a huge requirement because of the international environment regulations and green shipping initiatives. There are going to be a lot of ships which will not be in a position to ply after certain dates, which deadlines have been set by the IMO and the governments in general. So those ships necessarily have to have a place where they can be recycled, means scrapped, and the metal recycled for shipbuilding. Because you have a certain quality of metal which is there for ships, and that quality of metal can be derived out of the shipyards. So this is a very green system which can be adopted by India today. You'll see the fruits probably 5 years, 6 years, 8 years, 10 years down the line. But it's just an idea which you can look at. So with that, the opportunities are there. There is a lot of interest that is being shown because, as you know, that shipbuilding and ship repair has become practically a monopoly or duopoly globally. Prices are rising, and it can be a issue in the future. So we look at India with a lot of enthusiasm, and we are very, very keen to bring orders to the Indian shipyards, to the Indian repair yards, and not only for shipbuilding, but also ancillary industries such as terminal cranes, etc., which can actually be done in the ecosystem of the shipyards that we have today and the future of the shipyards in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Captain Tiwari. MSC's role in global shipping underscores the importance of a robust domestic shipbuilding industry to support the maritime trade. Next in line, we have Dr. Darius Ahmed, who's the Managing Director of Guidance, Tamil Nadu. We invite you, sir.
Good afternoon. First of all, I thank Government of India for giving the state of Tamil Nadu an opportunity. See, I'm here to present the state's perspective on this game-changing initiative. Respected Secretary Sir, Joint Secretary Sir, Additional Secretary Sir, Joint Secretary Sir, and all dignitaries on and off the days. Budget 2025, boosting ports, shipping and waterways, powering the blue economy is a game-changing step in our journey to achieve nation's vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. And how states can step up to this. My presentation is that from the state's perspective. So first, obviously, like when we are trying to, like there are our coastal states and states perspective, like when we pitch, we put in all the important aspects, like for example, Tamil Nadu, like what is the share in manufacturing, what is the factories, what is the hinterland, what are the opportunities available, what is the strength, so what is the amount of merchandise we export. So these are the basic parameters which any state would like to present. Again, whenever the shipbuilding is concerned, how the states have already performed in different aspects, the talent pool, the land, water, power, industrialization, the workforce, connectivity, industrialization, urbanization. So all these are the major aspects which all states will be like pitching for again. So again, when we talk about Tamil Nadu or coastal states, connectivity is an important aspects of any shipbuilding. Anybody who is having a greenfield or even a brownfield will look at the connectivity. So how the states connect to different centers and hubs, and how it is part of the international major sea routes. That's also important. But since time is short, I'll just run into the most critical aspect the states have to do. And again, this is the presence of Fortune 500 companies who are already operating in the state, so that it gives a measure of confidence to the greenfield investor. Again, the history of shipbuilding in Tamil Nadu. So again, Kattupalli is a well-known port shipbuilding yard already we have. So like here, I will again come to as a state, like how the state is very critical to identify land near the port. Again, Thoothukudi VOC port is one of the 12 major ports of India, and it's very strategically located to the east-west international maritime route. It's an all-weather port, and it's a well-protected port. It is not prone to cyclones, and it has connectivity to hinterland, the very strong connectivity to hinterland. It is connected to the national highways. It has got a deep draft, and it can accommodate larger vessels, and it has almost zero maintenance dredging, and it has abundant land. Now the next part is where the state comes in to identify land next to a well-functioning port. Is it's very important for in from to really this revolutionary step in shipbuilding. Government of India has introduced in the budget. State has to really actively find land just next to a well-functioning port, so that any major shipbuilder who coming in will be, for example, government has identified 1,700 acres of land with almost 7 kilometers of beachfront with a 99 lease, and it is well connected by all important national highways, railway, airport, and VOC. So you can see the port gate and how the land is just next to the port. And other than that, there is another 220 acres, which is a cluster development, the policy envisage, because based on this development, the clusters also have to develop. There is another 220 acres we have identified, and we have. So these are the options as state government. We have to identify land, and we have to do environment clearance and all of the like we have to do the different aspects. So as a state government, this is a very critical aspect. And land allotment time frame and dedicated water supply, then existing natural gas. And again, Thoothukudi is the hub of green hydrogen and the future energy development, green energy development. So that makes it a very ideal place for the future development of a greenfield shipyard. And as a state government, our role is to facilitate land. As all of you know, this is a very critical aspect. Identify and aggregate and pass on, because as our secretary sir was saying, 2030 to be 10th and 5th by 2047. Actually, we can aim far higher if you are able to push through faster, and all of the players, state government has a critical role, step up to the challenge which is thrown. And again, another part, again, we again identified some 2,200 acres just next to the Kadalur port. This is already Sanmar is operating a jetty there. So it's again 150 kilometers from Chennai International Airport and Pondicherry Airport. It's a major hub for chemical, fertilizer, petroleum. So state's role is to identify land and provide other facilities like connectivity, developing, because the budget has been a revolutionary step in providing an impetus to the shipbuilding. So states also have a critical role now to take this challenge and provide the facilities for the who like the greenfield investor who are looking for opportunities. So my part of presentation is this. And again, here Tamil Nadu is coming with a shipbuilding policy, and its major goal is to drive innovation in design and engineering, ship hull fabrication, ship engine production, machinery and equipment production, propulsion and auxiliary systems. So it will strengthen the MSME supplier ecosystem, startups and women entrepreneurship. Target areas shipbuilding technology, sustainability and green shipping, trade facilitation, digitization. And we are in the process of developing the policy. And there are a lot of experts here. We would all like your feedback on the policy. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, actually, sir, the scheme has really given a great challenge to the state, sir. And the scheme, what we would like to say, sir, when we speak, sir, the scheme of providing ship-based incentives, sir, based on the capacity, that is one part. That's a very important part, sir, which you're covering. But from the state perspective, sir, it should be supplementary. Whatever government of India, this visionary changes in the budget, sir, state would like to supplement by its own policy so that both align together, sir. So we would like like get the support, sir, and to have our policy drafted, sir. So the both align very easily for the. Yes.
Okay, my general point to all the speakers who participate in all the next few sessions is that we should be able to get from you feedback as to what you require in these schemes. There is already knowledge as to what these schemes stand for, what they are providing, etc. Now, additionally, if you think that there is something that you would want to add to that, that feedback is what we are looking for. Okay.
Thank you, Secretary, sir. Next, we have Shri Vivek Merchant, who is the Director, Swan Defence and Heavy Industries Pipavav Shipyard, which is India's largest shipyard by capacity, boasting the biggest dry dock. Among other things, would want you to touch upon, of course, your short-term, long-term plans of ramping up the production at Pipavav, and also the role of the government's proposed policy reforms in shipbuilding. Over to you.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Mittal. Namaste, good afternoon. Out of the 200 years of experience that we have here on stage, I probably represent the smallest fraction. Um, so I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Vivek Merchant from Swan Defence and Heavy Industries. We've taken over the erstwhile Pipavav shipyard on the west coast of India in Gujarat. I represent India's largest shipyard. We have India's largest dry dock, which is 660 meters long, and we also have a fabrication capacity that matches the dry dock's requirements. We have the ability to build small ancillary vessels, bulkers, tankers, VLCCs, and ultimately, we do have a vision of building an Indian aircraft carrier for India as well. We represent about a quarter of India's shipbuilding capacity. This yard was in NCLT and has been reoperationalized as of January of last year. So a couple of things in the interest of time. Three things. I think Mr. Nair also spoke about the cornerstones for shipbuilding activities in India. Number one is the long-term financial assistance that we need. Number two is the cluster setup that has been spoken of. And number three is the skilled manpower. I'll speak a little bit more about each of these. I mentioned long-term financial assistance because we require the capability and the capacities to be built out in India. The supply chains do have inefficiencies. Indigenization levels do need to be increased to sustainable levels where India is self-sustenance. In terms of the developed ecosystem and cluster formation, we strongly believe that along with greenfield, brownfield operationalization, modernization, and upgradation would represent a significant saving in terms of time, cost, and effort. At Pipavav, we have 600 acres of land, of which 300 acres have been developed and operationalized, and another 300 remain available for development. As Mr. Nair mentioned, Pipavav Shipyard, Swan Defence and Heavy Industries does want to play a role in being an anchor shipyard. We do have the dock size, we have the wet basin, we do have material handling equipment as well that can transform this area into a global maritime hub. The third aspect was the skilled manpower. As Captain Tyagi mentioned and Additional Secretary Sir mentioned last week at the Green Shipping Conclave, the employment multiplier effect of the shipbuilding industry is one of the largest. The Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship has informed us that there are more than 6 lakh individuals who are enrolled in ITIs across the country. I think to foster growth and boost employment, these centers of excellence and ITIs need to be supported for upskilling manpower, not just for machine shops, but also for design houses, automation, and digitalization. I think in Tamil Nadu, TITCO was one of the agencies that have provided support in a public-private partnership format for certain excellency centers, and we would like to have more of those centers across the country. As Secretary Sir mentioned, specific asks from the industry. I think one interesting point that we came across was we understand there is demand aggregation happening behind the scenes for Indian demand for dry and liquid bulk movement. If India were to have something similar to the Jones Act, where we do have the first right of refusal for Indian shipyards to provide the support required to build out these vessels, that would be a great fillip for the Indian shipbuilding industry. We do spend about $76 billion annually on shipping expenses, and that is a drain on our forex. I think if we spend a fraction of that, we should be self-sustaining in a very short amount of time. A couple of specific points on the infra status for vessels of certain size on the infrastructure harmonized list. It would be good to understand the specifics, the types of vessels included, and the criteria that has been utilized to include them on these lists. On the maritime cluster side, we would be interested to know the treatment, possibly preferential to private sector to participate in these clusters, so as to ensure that the incentives are not rolling back to the government of India. I think in the interest of time, that is it from my side. Thank you very much. We are keen to participate in India's maritime growth story. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Muchin. We now move on to Shri Arjun Chogle, who's the Executive Director, Chogle and Company, also is the Chairperson of Shipyard Association of India. Mr. Chogle, if you can touch upon the specific budget announcement of SPFAP. Uh, yeah. In terms of the revamped policy as well as the associated National Shipbuilding Mission and the credit note, as to how beneficial the current SBFAP 1.0 has been, and hence how important this single major announcement is for a company like yours. Over to you. Yeah, I think we now have Additional Secretary Sir intervention.
Yeah. Hello. So this point was raised by just now Mr. Merchant about this Jones Act being applied in India. See, everyone has seen there are 4 pillars in our scheme. The 4th pillar is about policies, which has no financial implication as such. But this is one of the aspects that we have to discuss. In fact, in the last year when we were interacting with the industry, we thought that we should have some such timeline that after certain year, let's say 2030, the coastal run should only be by those ships which are built in India, or those which are flagged in India, or those are built and flagged in India. So that policy decision we have to take. And this Jones Act, I do not know whether it is it's completely blessing or it is also something more, because in US there have been implications of that. But there should be some decision on policy level we have to take. So this is very well, this is a very good point that he made. There should be something. And the second point was about the what type of ship or what size of ships or what value of ships should be actually infrastructure. So in the interactive, just after this inaugural session, we had interacted with some of the groups here. So I suggest that the process is currently, the consultation in the ministry is underway. What type or size or value of ship should be classified as infrastructure? The budget announcement is about ships of certain size and above should be infrastructure. So what should be that size? Should be by value wise, size wise, or mix of those. So I'd also invite the inputs coming from the sector about this. So consultation process is underway. You can give suggestions to us on this platform also. Thank you. Over to you, Ajit.
Thank you, sir. In the interest of time, just want to highlight a few points. One, no country in the world since World War II has developed from a developing country to a developed country without shipbuilding. If you see all the examples, apart from the petro states and the small city states, they've all had a very, very strong shipbuilding sector. And the 4 big ones, of course, are Japan, China, Taiwan, and South Korea. In regard to the SBFA and the question raised of the necessity of the SBFA, how it's helped shipyards, like us. So you mentioned the merchant capacity of Indian shipyards today in terms of gross tonnage is 55,000 tons. In this financial year, we ourselves as our shipyard will be delivering 30,000 gross tonnage. And in the next 2 years, we already have an order book to deliver 90,000 gross tonnage. And a year later, after that, there'll be another 30,000 added. So, and the SBFA policy has been instrumental in enabling us to get this done. If you look at the shipbuilding process, the three major inputs in terms of costing is steel or raw materials, machinery, and labor. And regardless of whether we're bidding with, we're building for Indian clients or the export market, we're always competing with the large play on the block, which is China. China, unlike every other country, actually does not specialize only in one type of vessel. It builds all types of vessels. So it's a very strong competitor. And today it accounts for 60% of the global order book. And with the revival of new shipyards in China, I would expect that to be around 70% in the next 3 years or so. So in comparison with China, purely on steel, our cost differential on the total ship cost is around 10 to 16%, depending on the type of steel ship that is being built. Machinery 5%, and labor, because of the productivity of labor in China, even with our cost differential, China is still a few percent lower. So we come to around 15 to 20% of cost differential just with one country. So that's where the SBFA really does come in. The SBFA is a support mechanism to generate employment. We know that it has an employment multiplier. The shipbuilding industry has an employment multiplier of 6.8 times, and a reasonably high level of investment multiplier also. I think the other area where we do need support as an industry is really on the interest rate differentials with the countries that we're mentioning. We're talking about countries that have very, very low interest rate regimes for manufacturing and production-based companies. And something that the government has already done, the finance ministry, is the replacement, in a sense, of bank guarantees with the indemnity bonds that are now being issued by insurance companies. Currently, it's only offered for domestic transactions. If we can work to see how we can offer it for international transactions, it will help the export business as well, because the collateral that companies have to give towards that actually hinder us to invest into new capacities. In terms of within the Shipyards Association of India, if you see a lot of the almost all the money that the SBFA has generated, all our members have reinvested that money into capacity expansions. So I think that's really testament to the proactiveness of the ministry. We've always been talking that, particularly since 2020, we've never really seen a ministry that has been so proactive, using common sense approaches to really understanding the root cause of problems and developing policies to address that. The only one point that I would add in terms of what can be done going forward, another point that I would add, sorry, is the connect between the center and the states. The center, at this forum, we've already seen the policies that are being announced by the center. There has to be a connect with the states in terms of implementation of those policies. From Shipyards Association of India, we will make a representation to the ministry on the hindrances that we face, particularly in terms of ease of doing business. There are a lot of funds that have been generated, that have been dispersed by the Sagarmala projects towards maintenance dredging. Many of these funds have not been fully utilized. So, this actually will help, because while you might have the SBFA, while you have cluster development, shipyards are investing, the private sector is investing. What we need to ensure is at the ground level, the investment security is being maintained. We need to see the long-term security, or not just of the investment, but once the investment is done, the people that are employed. A small shipyard employs 500 people. That the security of the employment is also done. And that really is where the states and the center connect is going to become important. And that really, the minister said about the prime minister's words of reform, perform, and transform. That really is what will enable that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chogle. Next, we have Rear Admiral G.K. Harish, retired, who is the Vice President and Head Shipbuilding at L&T Shipbuilding, which is a key player in the defense and commercial shipbuilding, operating primarily from the versatile Katupalli facility in Tamil Nadu. Mr. Harish, over to you.
Thank you, Harshit. Delighted to be here in this August gathering. First of all, I would like to thank the Ministry of Port and Shipping and Waterways to lay out a multi-dimensional and an all-encompassing vision plan to revitalize and shape up India's shipping and shipbuilding industry to accomplish our Viksit Bharat mission. Given the positivity and encouraging policy environment, there are a few suggestions that I would like to make, and we are keenly awaiting the operative part of the policies that were outlined in the union budget. First of all, shipbuilding infrastructure. To realize our grand vision on ground, we need progressive scaling up of infrastructure like sheltered harbors with good water depths, enhanced drainage, modular workshops, slipways, dry docks, ship lifts, automation, design digitalization. All this would need huge capital investments with debt servicing challenges. There is therefore a need to facilitate capex subsidy for both brownfield and greenfield shipyards. Industry collaboration. The new policies have generated renewed interest in India with possibilities for collaboration with Korean and Japanese shipyards. The operative part of the vision of the union budget would help in evolving suitable business plans for the future, besides enhancing our competitiveness from both cost and execution perspective. SBFAP, as was mentioned by the additional secretary, instead of subsidy kicking in post delivery of the vessel, cash flows could be facilitated by subsidy being released along with stage payments against bank guarantees to make future growth plans viable. Strategic industry. Shipbuilding has to be declared as a strategic industry as being outlined as part of the National Shipbuilding Mission with an apex National Shipbuilding Authority to streamline and enable collaborative decision making for coherent and effective policy implementation. Unison in thought and action, as demonstrated by the Chinese, has to be the key, with whole of government approach to achieve strategic and economic independence to fully accrue the high employment potential of the shipbuilding industry. Few other pointers I'll just mention because we're running short of time. Ease of doing business in SPFAP policy, facilitating low hanging fruit of ship repairs with easier immigration, easier ice gate policies, and custom clearances of foreign ships to make India a ship repair hub like Singapore. Use of green and AI enabled solutions, skill development initiatives, development of design consultancy firms to provide the designs for the future, improving our maritime culture with development of marinas, sailing festivals, design competitions at the school and college level to bring in more interest and good talent into the shipbuilding industry. Productivity enhancement is key. India has cheap labor, but the productivity is low. Automation is capital intensive, therefore it has to come in progressively. Planning, planning, and planning to synchronize the availability of design, material, and manpower to avoid idle man hours of workforce He is the key to improved workflow and productivity. Catering adequate preparatory period to achieve this would also be important to achieve a higher degree of pre-outfitting. This may not sound exciting, but then this is the pivot required to launch shipbuilding to the next level. There is a lot still to be done, but this is a good kickstart. All of us need to be ready to give off a bit of our self-focus and work collectively to implement the collaborative vision on ground towards effective nation building to realize our Viksit Bharat dream. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, today's discussion have truly emphasized the immense potential of India's shipbuilding sector and the collective responsibility we all hold in realizing our Honorable PM's Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. The synergy between the government, industry, and investors seen here will be the key to propelling India into the top 5 global shipbuilding nations by 2047. A heartfelt thanks to our distinguished panelists for their valuable insights and to the audience for the keen attention. Looking forward to continued collaboration as we navigate India's maritime future together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashul. This ends the session one. Requesting you all to please be back after 45 minutes. So let's just keep it at 2:50. Lunch is served. And for those of you who have been invited for the technical discussion on Maitri, it will be at Lotus Hall post lunch. I repeat, the technical discussion for Maitri, the invitees for that particular session, it will begin in the Lotus Hall, right below this hall, after lunch. Thank you very much. See you soon. 45 minutes. Please be fast. Thank you.
नहीं वही ठीक था. I'm sorry.
I request everyone to please be seated. And if you can hear me and you're in your other rooms, I request all of you to please come back for the next session. Requesting all of you to please hurry up and come back for the next session, please, so that we can quickly begin. And if those of you who are here have your friends outside, I request you to please give them a call or send them a text and requesting them to come inside, please. Thank you. Requesting everyone to please be seated. And if you can hear me outside, I request you all to come quickly because the session is going to begin soon. We have a very important session, almost the most important one for today. And if you have your friends or colleagues outside, I request you to please call them or send them a text saying the session is beginning. So session 2 is tax benefits, direct and indirect, which we will be going over. Requesting everyone to please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the afternoon session. A very, very good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, please. Thank you. Oh, at least I heard a couple. All right. So what we're having in session 2 is tax benefits, direct and indirect, and we will be going over basic customs duty exemptions for shipbuilding, tonnage tax scheme extension for inland water transport, growth opportunities for IFSC as a maritime financial hub. And for opening remarks, I would like to call upon on stage Shri Vijay Kumar, Chairman, Inland Waterways Authority of India. A huge round of applause for Mr. Vijay Kumar. And to present, I'd like to call upon Shri Venkatasapapati S, Director, Shipping IC, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. Big round of applause, people. And to moderate this event, I'd like to call Mr. Samir Bhatnagar from KPMG. The speakers for this session are, and as I call in the names, I request you all to please come up and make your presence on the dais, please. Thank you. Shri Anil Devli, CEO, Indian National Ship Owners Association. Shri Sanjay Walia, Advisor, Shipyard Association of India. Shri Golden Sinha, Amol Desai is the representative. Director, Ripley Group. Shri Ashutosh Sharma, General Manager, International Financial Services Center. Shri Suresh Swami, Partner at PwC India and specializing in financial services, PwC. And that brings us to the end of the speakers list as well. Mr. Amol Datta? Okay. Mr. Amol Datta. And since we have everyone, I would like to hand this over to Mr. Samir Bhatnagar to take over the event as the moderator. Thank you. But before we just move further, I just have a small announcement to make. Sorry. We have the Maitri event virtual trade corridor happening at Lotus, but the event will begin the workshop. For those who have been invited already, the workshop will begin at 3:15 and the minister will also be there. The honorable minister will be there. Just a small information. So for those of you who have already been invited, I request you to be present there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for this inviting us all. Um, we do see a thin audience here, but the topic is pretty thickly contested. It deals with tax and a lot of policy and procedural reforms. So yes, we've had a large degree of number of budget announcements, but as we speak, that the devil is in the details, and a lot of it deals with the way process, procedures, etc., organized taxation is done. The ministry has taken cognizance of various other such issues as part of its industry consultations. And this session will deal and discuss about the various reforms with taxation and other issues that have been announced in the recent budget, as well as certain other issues which are still under consideration with the ministry based on feedback from the stakeholders. Thank you for the privilege for inviting me here as the moderator, and I do see a very esteemed and distinguished panel here. And it's my great pleasure to invite Shri Vijay Kumar, Chairman of the Inland Waterways Authority of India, to deliver the welcome address. Please, sir. Thank you.
A very, very good afternoon to all of you. So, even though the audience is thin, but the topics we're going to talk about, they are very important for the maritime sector, for the inland waterways sector. So basically, we'll be discussing about some of the key budget announcements. I will give a brief introduction. Then our director from the ministry, he will go into detail. First, we will be talking about the infrastructure status to ships. Large ships above a specified size will be included in the infrastructure harmonized masters list. The broad implications of this is classifying large ships as infrastructure would facilitate flow of long-term funds into shipbuilding at competitive rates. FIIs like HUDCO, REC, IREDA would be able to lend to the sector. This has been a long-standing demand of the industry. Second announcement relates to basic custom duty exemptions. The government has announced an extension of the basic customs duty exemption on raw materials, components, consumables, and parts used in ship manufacturing and shipbreaking for another 10 years. Both these steps, that is grant of infra status and extension of BCD, would make our shipping industry cost competitive by reducing material and financing cost. This would lead to increase in India-owned fleet, which will reduce dependence on foreign-owned ships and lead to enhanced supply chain security. This is a major strategic issue for us. This would also reduce the forex outflow on account of use of foreign-owned ships. Third announcement relates to International Financial Services Center IFSC, where the announcement is that specific benefits shall be offered to ship leasing units, insurance offices, and treasury centers of global companies which are set up in IFSC. This is expected to attract and promote additional investment activities in IFSC. Fourth is my specific area of interest, being chairman of IWI, which is the extension of tonnage tax schemes to inland vessels. As per this, the tonnage tax scheme, which hitherto was only applicable to seagoing vessels, is being extended to inland vessels registered under IV Act. Under this, instead of paying corporate income tax on actual profits, companies operating inland water vessels will pay tax based on presumptive income as per their vessel size. This, I would say, is very, very timely, as cargo movement on our national waterways has increased by almost 7 times in the last decade, from 18 MMT in 2013-14 to 103 million metric tons last year. The number of national waterways has also increased from 5 in 2016 to 111 now. A lot of investments have been made by the government in terms of fairway maintenance, through dredging, construction of terminals, navigation aids. Recently, government also announced an incentive scheme to promote modal shift of cargo from rail, road to waterways, which is basically 35% of expenses incurred on the waterway moved. As a result of this, many large vessel owning companies from Europe, they have contacted us. They want to ply vessels in our waterways for cruise or for cargo. Now is the time that we increase the number of Indian owned vessels in the inland waterways. Extension of tonnage tax schemes to inland vessels would provide a stable, predictable, and lower tax regime for the Indian registered vessels and encourage capital formation in the sector. Overall, the government's positive intent to strengthen maritime sector, to strengthen inland waterways sector, is evident in the announcements made in the budget speech for strengthening commercial shipping and shipbuilding ecosystem in the country. This budget is a net positive for the sector and maybe possibly one of the most favorable budgets for this sector in India's history. This is a major step by the government to realize its stated vision of making India one of the top shipping and shipbuilding nations by 2047. The details of all these steps, as mentioned by me, would be covered by our director through a presentation, to be followed by question and answer sessions, where our panelists will speak, where you will also have an opportunity to voice your concerns, give us suggestions and feedback. With this, I again welcome you, and I look forward to a very productive discussion, which will further strengthen this sector. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, sir, for welcoming us to this session and giving a broad overview of what has happened and what's the intent behind these announcements. As stated by sir, we will now have a detailed presentation by director from the ministry, Shri Venkatesh Pati, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Sir. You have succinctly covered all the points that I wanted to say. All the three topics that we are dealing today, the shipbuilding session, the taxation issues in the shipping sector, as well as the MDF. I'm happy that I am dealing with all the three subjects. And last 2 years, we have been pushing all these issues. This is a highly technical field, and understanding took some time, even though I understand very little. We have taken efforts to have all of you together to understand the subject and be very proactive towards business needs, not only policy. We look at what exactly is required. So we held multiple rounds of discussions. It started way back in October 2023, and then we had multiple rounds of discussions in which some of the issues we were able to sort out, some still remain, some requires further deliberation as well. So let me go to the topic in which the policy reforms as well as taxation issues are listed. Next slide. So I have divided my presentation into 6 basic items. 4 items are already there. It's in the budget speech. And then we have a very important one. I believe that the most important resource for any country, any company, any institute is the human resource. You value your human resource, you give the freedom that the human resource deserves, you will get multiple output from them. So that is what we respect. We give them opportunities, we give them freedom, we get more from them. So that have been listed, and other issues which are not basically decisions that could be taken at our ministry, that is MoPSW, but on a much bigger platform this needs to be addressed. Next slide, please. So these are the budget items which has been there. The first 4 items is made available here. I'm not going to read out because individual slides are there. Next. So number 1 is infrastructure status to ships. As you all know, the shipyards have been defined as infrastructure. It is available, and some of the financial institutions are able to fund shipyards considering them as infrastructure. However, in India, ships are not considered as infrastructure, considering it is a moving asset and in international waters. So these are the 2 points which has pushed or delayed the process of getting infrastructure status for ships, which is available in other countries. We presented this, and fortunately we have this particular aspect represented. Next slide. Number 1, the speech specifically says large ships above a specific size will be included in the infrastructure HML. Now, we had, after the budget announcement is made, we are in the process of discussion. We want to understand what do you mean by large ships. Should it be international? Should it be Indian standard, or a combination of both? What exactly will give us the maximum output? So this is one aspect that we need to thrash out, finalize, and ensure that it is passed in the final order that's supposed to come out. So one of the benefit is we'll be getting longer tenor and cost competitive debt. As of now, based on interactions, this is what we understand. If you are going for a loan against a ship, it actually is not provided against a ship, rather it is based on your balance sheet. If a company is good, your pockets are deep, your balance sheet is good, yes, you get a loan based on it. If you are a starter, you may not get the benefit that you actually deserve. You may get a shorter duration loan at a higher interest rate. So this is one of the benefit that you will be getting from it. Second one, there are certain banks and financial institutions which have been pushed forward for infrastructure status. As of now, they are unable to give loans against the ships. Now, NAFED like agency will be able to provide. At what levels, what is the duration will have to be decided. So NAFED, IDFs and NBFC IDFs can also participate. And you already know that there is a huge amount required when we released the Viksit Bharat 2047 vision. Then we were looking at the quantum of funding that is necessary for India. And we ended up with a pretty big figure. It ran in lakh crores. So when we look at the most important thing, what exactly are we doing? It is the tonnage that we are going to increase. That consumes the maximum quantum of funding. Initially, we may have to purchase, but then slowly we have to build. Even in the shipbuilding, the bigger shipyards outside the country will be willing to partner with India. It takes around 4 to 5 years to build a mega shipyard. If that's the case, some ships may have to be built somewhere else, and then subsequent series orders will be placed in India. And we have encouraged all the shipyards to partner with international players, and some of it is actually happening. Next slide, please. Now, basic customs duty. Acha, I can do it here. Yeah. Take. Basic customs duty on raw material. This is a normally what happens is this is a long gestation period industry, and the duration is only for 5 years. When the exemptions are provided, it's only for 5 years. We felt that this is not giving a clear visibility as well as assurance. This is very essential in the maritime sector, especially in shipbuilding and shipping sector. So we felt like it needs to be for a longer duration. Normal duration is around 5 years. Now earlier we have received for ship repair for 5 years. Now we have received it for ship manufacturing and ship breaking for another 10 years. Now what this entails, number one is there is a problem of high capital and input cost in shipbuilding. Then competitiveness, we have looked at the competitiveness of our shipyards compared with international players. There are several factors. It runs around 19.3 percentage rounded to 20 percentage. That's the cost disadvantage Indian shipyards are placed. So long gestation period because of not many orders coming in. A vessel built newly in India will cost more. The time duration taken is also more. So potential impact, increased domestic production, higher export potential, improved financial viability. Your books are clean and clear, and environmental benefits. We are looking at larger green ships and greener ship breaking as well. Now, tonnage tax for inland vessels. It has been briefly covered by the chair. Special taxation system for the shipping bar vessel companies, and it is available for the seagoing vessels, but it is not available for IWT. When we are looking at multimodal transportation, IWT is very, very important, and cargo that is transferred through IWT is a much greener option than being transported in rail or by road. So this is one aspect that has come in, and it is for a duration of 10 years. I think it is not mentioned here, but it is for a duration of 10 years, and we will be pitching in for that, more than that. And Indian companies are qualified, and they should have at least one qualifying vessel. So this is the idea, and the vessels are already defined under the India Vessels Act 2021. What are the key features? Now, if you have a tonnage tax, it's a simple calculation as given there. Daily tonnage into number of days are part of the days. This is as simple as it can get. You need not go for the other ones, other taxation methodology based on the criteria that has been defined. Rather, it will be a very simple one. You carry the quantum of cargo along with the vessel, that is calculated, and it is taken in. I'm not going into the details. I believe there are experts who will be speaking on that one. Now, what we understand is you will be able to save 80 to 90 percentage in taxes. That's a very important competitive advantage that IWT vessel owners will be having, and this will ensure proper investment in the inland vessels as well. Now, IFSC GM is there. This is also a very important announcement made in the budget. The period has been extended for 5 years. The basic aspect is, apart from the DTA, we have a entity which will be able to offer more value to the investment that is made. That is as simple I can get it. And ship leasing and insurance are the aspects that we are looking from IFSC. I believe that GM IFSC will be able to throw more light into it. Then, as I have mentioned, this is my most important. As a director, I feel my important resource is my human resource. The seafarers are very, very important. This is aspect has been taken up. We are discussing with DOR, with the Ministry of Finance, to get it through. We were expecting that this will be made available in the budget. Unfortunately, it was not there. However, what we look at is salary received by the Indian seafarers is subject to TDS prior to payment. What happens is this is not applicable to the foreign vessels. So there is a movement of India's seafarers towards foreign vessels or foreign flagged vessels. We want to change that one, and we are working on it. These are the problems. I think Mr. Devli will be able to provide us more inputs on that one. Devliji, this is the most important point for me personally. So we are pushing it as much as possible. And even though I have mentioned it as other issues, these are some issues we are currently working on. These issues are there. More issues are being discussed and deliberated, but I believe that these are the first set of 5 priority issues that we need to sort out. One is related to the supply of services. This is especially with bigger shipping lines like MSC and Maersk. Second one is the taxation that is levied for the hospitality. This affects the cruise sector as well. And levy of 5% IGST on vessels entering into Indian registry. Then for multimodal transportation, we want the GST to be reduced from 12 to 5, and permission to AD banks to permit automatic advance remittance. So these aspects we have listed down. There are several more issues, and it takes some time and energy to understand and offer solutions. Your full support is required to ensure that we hit the optimal value and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sir, for giving us a good overview with the specificity of not only the budget announcements which have happened, but also on other issues that from time to time we've got stakeholder feedback, and the ministry is under active consideration with these things along with other stakeholders. So it's not just these 4, but others which are happening, and we are quite optimistic that in the next set of announcements or other policy developments will happen as we go along, and the ministry has been putting efforts in those areas. I think starting from, we now invite some of the industry stakeholders to give their points, their questions, and their suggestions. As secretaries have mentioned in the previous session, that this is something the government has done. What more or other areas need to be done or considered by the government? What we'd like to hear from the different stakeholders. So I'd like to first invite Mr. Anil Devli as from INSA, the Indian National Ship Owners Association, to kindly present their views and thoughts on these reforms, and something else is including TDS on seafarers and any other aspects that you'd want the ministry to consider.
Thank you. So I will not delve on any of the issues that Director Saab has touched, because it will save time of everybody and the audience. So before we begin, sir, I would like to, through ASAP and through you, Director, convey our heartfelt thanks for whatever efforts have been put in by the entire team. We know what efforts were put in. This hasn't come in so easily, and we are grateful for all the efforts that has been put in. So, we thank you as the representatives of the ministry. Having said this, few quick thoughts. I think we are today in a position where the food has been laid on the table, but I need now my hands to eat it. So it's all tempting, everything ready. The shipbuilding industry has been given what benefits were needed to be given. Of course, there's still a lot more that needs to be done. But so I will restrict myself as a ship owner. There are a few things that we think is important. The first thing is that we see ourselves as partners to the shipbuilding industry, and that is how this must be looked at. So we must be looked at, and I'm sure Commander Walia will agree with me on this, that it must be looked as one whole seamless enterprise, not shipbuilding separately from ship owners. So that when orders begin and something comes to him to build a ship and then I'm consuming and then it goes in for recycling. That is how it needs to be done. So this is one very important issue that I'd like to flag. However, what has to be done is I am at the end of that whole stick. Therefore, there has to be a visibility of demand. A great example is the use of the ASTDS tugs and now the GTP tugs that has been prescribed by the ministry, where the ministry has said, build particular ships, build them in Indian ports, and we will give you employment in Indian at the ports itself, built in Indian yards. I'm sorry. This gives us immediate visibility. So to me as an intermediary, I go find a yard, I build a ship, and I know that the ship is going to be employed by somebody else. So I think visibility demand is extremely important. While this experiment has been done at the tug level, I think it is important to escalate this upwards. Having said this, the second important issue is that this demand visibility needs to be secular. It cannot be favoring one or the other. This demand needs to be secular, and let the best man win. Let the best offer be given. So if tomorrow, just like in the ports, the port says this tender is open to everybody. Anil Devli tomorrow can start a shipping company and build a ship along with, say, Mr. Nayar's assistants and go and bid. So I think this demand needs to be secular. We must not fall into this trap of routing demand and making it on a nomination basis. Third important issue that needs to be borne in mind is we will never be able to build all our ships. So this has to be borne in mind. Why? Because we are driven by the demand. If IOCL tomorrow says I need a VLGC 3 months from now at the west coast of India to pick up gas, and I'm giving you a contract of 2 years, I can't build a ship. I will have to go and buy a second-hand vessel so that that second-hand vessel gets employed here. So one has to bear in mind that all policies must be secular, also inter se for building as well as for saying. On the IWT, sir, I think there needs to be an exceedingly long roadmap. Again, the essence has to be same, sir. Demand needs to be looked at, and at the end of the day, I know I'm competing with road. So if I don't give him a product which is equal or better than road, he's not going to come to me. And this is something that we'd like to talk offline with your organization and see how we can work with you, sir, under your guidance to see how we can bring more investment. But I think it's a fabulous job done that tonnage tax has been given to IWT, because Indian shipping also grew dramatically when we got our tonnage tax scheme. So I think it's a great move. And once again, thank you to everybody for the efforts that has been put in. And we look forward to having our hands in place so that we can start eating. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anil sir. As I think again, Secretary sir gave a shlok in the morning that even the lion has to go out and hunt, and the deer will not ladder with the bound. But at least here the food is on the table. Now we just need to reach out our hands, and I think it's a joint exercise between industry and the government and other stakeholders to do so. I think on the demand aggregation, I just wanted to make a point that in the parallel session on the maritime fund, demand aggregation has been taken up by the ministry and in conjunction with certain other ministries, which are large consumers of shipping. A joint working group has been constituted, and under that, long-term demand forecast, etc., is being looked at, and which has also been displayed and shared with at least the Shipyard Association and in terms of long-term demand. So I think those initiatives has been done. It has been institutionalized, and hence taking feedback from the industry stakeholders, and it's also been continuing. And more discussion on that can be had in a separate forum, sir. And as you said that it's a seamless thing. So I go on to the next association, which is the Shipyards Association, and maybe Mr. Suresh Walia representing the Shipyard Association of India. So your points of view on some of these announcements as well, please.
Not this presentation, the other one.
Sai. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, I'm privileged to be here on behalf of Shipyards Association of India. So I will briefly put the points, the taxation reforms, other which have not been covered, or which are basically the points of all the shipbuilders and shipyards who are members of the Shipyards Association of India. So first of all, on behalf of all shipyards, we sincerely thank the ministry and their team for their efforts introducing all these positive initiatives in the union budget. So there are 7 reforms we'll talk about. The very first one is the taxation policy reform. Uh, though Ministry of Finance notification issued in 2017, it mentions shipbuilding as an infrastructure, but definition under Income Tax Act has not been modified to include shipbuilding as infrastructure. This needs to be done. Otherwise, unlike other infrastructure industry, shipbuilding industry will not enjoy the income tax benefits. So we understand that this one is already in progress by the Ministry of Shipping. So it is already being done. They are actively pursuing it with the concerned department. Next is the biggest impediment for the shipbuilders or shipyards is today the accumulation of ITC. Uh, the accumulation of ITC, which blocks the working capital, increases the costs. In the all major shipyards, including Kochi shipyard, Sir is here, he will agree, they have more than 1,000 crores in unutilized ITC, which highlights this issue. And it is one of the main thing which shipbuilders and shipyards are looking into, which needs to be resolved, which needs to be looked into. Here is another GST anomaly. Even the civil structures, why it has come, even the civil structures, they are not considered as plant and machinery. That is why this is so high. CSL sir, MD, CMD, CSL will be able to explain that also. Because that also is a major point why how the shipyards have to grow further with the infrastructure. They are unable to do, but because of this is one of the major reform which needs to be undertaken. So how it is coming? It is only because of the inverted duty structure, which is as shown, which is very clear. Because of the inverted duty structure, this accumulation is happening, and this is the main point all shipyards, shipbuilders are facing. They want this to be resolved, and I hope that ministry is also taking it seriously. How it has to be resolved, that we need to look into it. Reform 3, which has already been now successfully done. We are thankful to the ministry. We have taken up this issue. We know for last 2 years it is being pursued by the ministry, and this custom duty extension has been extended. We are very thankful to the ministry for the same. For repairs, it has already been done before the budget itself. So this announcement, this ministry has taken it up before budget itself for custom duty exemption for repairs was already done before that only. Now this is the another taxation policy reform. Basically now BIS is coming up with many items making it mandatory to be procured, and it is a challenge for the shipbuilders because, for example, we take aluminium, bulk flat, or certain type of steel which is not currently available in India in sufficient quantity or meeting to specific quality, meeting the properties or temper and size. Now when the order is there, shipbuilders per force they have to import it. But when they are importing, they are being put on anti-dumping duty. So these things need to be sorted out, how it has to be resolved. Then ASTDS. Now how the timelines, though ASTDS has been promulgated, but unfortunately it has not resulted into more orders as envisaged. So there are certain gaps which needs to be filled up. The timelines for
tug tenders and the stringent qualification criteria, until unless that one is eased out, so the tug tenders will not come to all the shipyards. Then policy reform 7, last one. Now there is an urgent need to formulate and promulgate a policy scrapping policy. So we request ministry that in taking INSA's viewpoint, ministry may promulgate this policy as early as possible. We can start up, take a say GT up to 6,000 GT or whatever is acceptable, and after every 2 years it can be revised and increased in a phased manner. That's all. Let's together sail towards a Viksit Bharat. These are our this thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Walia. I now invite Mr. Amol from Replay to share, and we have around 3 minutes, just running up behind schedule. So if you could just quickly
Yeah,
take your points.
good afternoon. I'm AK Datta, representing the Replay group of companies who, apart from being a developer of port terminals in the East Coast on BOT basis, we are now owning about 5 Panamaxes under IFSC arrangement, which are on lease, which are in business. And thanks for continuation of the benefit that has been announced for the IFSC owned leasing companies. We are also owning barges in the East Coast, which are under Inland Vessel Laws, which are Inland Vessel Act, which are about 100,000 DWT barges, which are moving cargo between the Sagar Sandheads to Kolkata port as their transshipment arrangements. And those barges can also be used for inland transportation subject to business being available. As a diversification plan, we have set up a joint venture company with Mandovi Shipyard very recently as Ganges Bulk Terminal Private Limited. And for the information of the ministry, we have recently got 130 acres of land leased by Kolkata Port Trust to us at a place called Jellingham for building for shipbuilding, creating shipbuilding facilities. And the topography of the geometry of the land is such, we have decided to create an integrated ship recycling come shipbuilding come ship repairing facilities. So this will be one of a new kind of a facility being, because recycling, as we understand, in the East Coast has a very good future. Considering, I mean, if one goes by the provisions given in the MEV, Maritime Vision Plan 2030. So we have already on the way for going for the shipbuilding. And the benefits that has been announced will definitely go a long way in helping us to meet our vision in a shortest possible time. But some of the issues I would like to say, I mean, we want to concentrate to begin with on the short, I mean, on the vessels like tugs, and then this coastal vessels, mainly focusing on the IWT vessels, because having experience in the Kolkata port, working in the Kolkata and Haldia port and Paradip for so many years, and we are finding some of the best IWT infrastructure is idling in the East Coast, Haldia in particular, because of lack of industry patronization, I would say. What we have found out that subject to designing or low draft vessels, because we are talking about low draft situations, uh, one has to accept that the LED available in that area may remain within 2 to 3 meters, and there must be investment for building vessels capable of transporting 1,000 to 2,000 to 3,000 ton in a low draft situation, and that is going to be a challenge. Another thing what we have seen for the IWT being is there needs to be the first mile and the last mile connectivity from the IWT terminals are very far off. Like if you go to Haldia, Haldia has got a very huge amount of land adjoining the IWT terminal. Why can't you build up production and consumption centers around the IWT center? This is one of the area. And second, going about the tug. No, recently, if you follow, most of the major ports are still inviting tender for chartering of old tugs. One of the major port in the recent past has chartered a 23-year-old tug with on a 7-year charter term. So that tug will operate for 30 years. I mean, this must be stopped, sir. Every port should now, whether it's a conventional tug or a hybrid or a green tug, they should focus on building new tugs. Then only the yards will get orders. But if you continue to charter tugs, which are old tugs, going by the provision that any tug which is foreign built tug, which is registered in India prior to January 2021 is a deemed Indian tug. Those tugs will continue to be hired by the major ports for some more years. And the manufacturer of the tugs in India, the shipyards in India will not get that much of a business. So government must think of defining that deemed Indian tugs. After January 2021, you are not allowing, but all the tugs which are registered before January 2021 are definitely eating away business of the new shipbuilders. This is one of the area that we thought we should highlight. And of course, designing of IWTA vessels, which can create business. Otherwise, the NW1 has a huge business connecting Haldia, an industrial hub in the East Coast, then Varanasi, and of course, Patna. There is a business, but what government must address construction of IWT vessel capable of doing business. I mean, tonnage tax will definitely help in the cash flows, but not in generating business. So the generate business for the IWT, then the benefit of this tonnage tax will definitely come to us. And of course, we are owning, thanks to the government, because of the IFSC arrangement, we are having 5 Panamaxes which are on a regular service. And since all the benefits are being extended, we are seriously thinking of adding few more vessels in our kitty in the days to come. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Amol. That was very succinctly and specifically put. And we look forward to your 2 vessels joining the Indian fleet soon. Thank you so much for that. And I think you may want to explore the IFSC as an alternate option for financing and leasing your vessels. And for more on that, Ashutosh Sharma from GMISFC, I request you to talk about your points regarding some of these reforms. Ashutosh.
Very good evening. I'm Ashutosh Sharma. I'm CGM IFSCA. Uh, just 3 minutes, countdown has started, so I'll be very brief and to the point. Uh, IFSC is India's global financial center. Global financial center means you can do business in the center only in foreign currency and not in rupee. Why it matters? Because in India, the capital account is not convertible. You cannot hold the foreign currency accounts. So Indian companies, Indian banks, before IFSC came into picture, they had to mandatorily move out of the country, move to other countries, and establish presence to do the foreign currency business. It has been enabled in GIFT IFSC now. The purpose, the ambition of GIFT IFSC is threefold. One, we want to act as a gateway to India. We want to bring capital efficiently at low cost into India. Second, we want to make Indian companies globally competitive. They should grow globally. And third, we want to become a global financial center which can serve not only India but the world. With this ambition, IFSCA started in 2020 as a regulator. I represent the regulator IFSCA, which is Unified Financial Regulator. We started working on the financial industry first. We got the banks. We have 29 banks. We have 3 exchanges. We have now more than 200 funds. And last 15 months, we have got them. We have universities, exchanges. We are trying to get the shipping, maritime universities. We are trying to get aviation university. We already have universities from Australia, UK, and other countries. We are working on capacity building as well. We have insurance companies as well. Why this is relevant for the audience today is probably shipbuilding industry is consuming all of these services from outside the country. What services you can attain from GIFT FSC is the shipbuilders, for example, or any company. When you think of foreign currency loan, you take ECBs from outside the country. If you take those loans from GIFT City, you don't have to pay the withholding tax, which is applicable if you take loan from anywhere else in the world. It saves you around 20% on the coupon, which is competitive. When you think of insurance, you can take the insurance and reinsurance, the likes of GAC, NIA, Lombard, they are in IFSC. You can take those insurance companies services. P&I Club in discussion with ministry need to be worked upon. It's work in progress right now. When you think of, when we thought about shipbuilding and shipping industry in GIFT FSC, the problem statement for us was shipping industries, when we try to search, none of Indian companies rank into the top shipping companies globally. And we try to understand the reason. We see that they are in Singapore, Dubai, many Indian companies are present. We try to understand the problem. This have been solved those jurisdictions. We have solved some of these in GIFT IFSC. We came out with a framework for ship leasing a couple of years back. We have permitted that shipping companies in GIFT IFSC, they can do specific services. They can do the leasing, they can do the financing, they can do the voyage charter. Two business models effectively are possible in GIFT IFSC. As an Indian company, you can own the Indian flag vessels in the jurisdiction and you can do the business. You can do the foreign flag vessels, but then you have to lease in and charter out. With this, why it makes sense to be in GIFT IFSC? I think taxation is a big reason. It's in three categories. When you do the business there, business income is exempt from the tax for 10 out of 15 years. When you conclude your business after tax holiday period, you can opt within 3 months for the tonnage tax benefits as well. When you purchase the ships in GIFT IFSC, GST is not applicable on entities. When you take loan from offshore, the withholding tax is not applicable on those loans. When you lease into India from jurisdiction, withholding tax is not applicable on those. Some of the enablers that have come out during the budget, congratulations again to the ministry for helping us out with those. What it means is that the companies have a longer period right now to establish in the GIFT FSC jurisdiction. Earlier, the timelines were 2025 for them to establish. Now they can establish till 2030 to get some benefit. Some of the benefits include that if you sell the shipping ships or you sell the SPV of the ship, you can sell the company, you can sell the ship, then there is no capital gain. The tax is not applicable on the capital gains as well. I think it's a very competitive jurisdiction. We request companies to look into this ecosystem. And I think the taxation will be discussed in detail by Suresh. I'll take a pause here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashutosh. And there are a host of benefits. We ran through it a bit quickly in the interest of time, but we have the final speaker, which is Suresh Swami. I would request him to please talk a few more details about the tax benefits. Suresh,
Sure. Thank you so much.
the time. Yes.
I know the energy in the room is very low now. We are having a session after lunch. In the last session, I spoke somewhere else. I called it a siesta survival session. And so I hope we have some attention back. I think it's from an IFSC standpoint, if I were to talk about what are the benefits which are available to you, I think you should just look up and pay some attention for next 3-4 minutes. I think I see the timer here. And this will be something which will be of real interest to all of you. First of all, right, from a taxation standpoint, I think what we should really be doing is there are a number of benefits which have already been extended in the current budget. But the way we should really look at IFSC is how can you marry the existing provisions which are available, the benefits which are given to you, and you bring in the benefits which IFSC offers you. How can you marry that and get better, right? I heard the director sir talking about seeking an extension for tonnage tax from 10 years to 20 years, right? But if you bring in IFSC in for the first 10 years, you don't even need to access the tonnage tax, right? You just 100% the profits are exempt. And after your 10 years, when you are out of the tax holiday, you can actually go into the tonnage tax regime. So actually, by marrying both of that, you actually get a 20-year free time frame for you to manage your taxation and profitability. So that's one important thing for you to note. Second is there was a mention that India may not be able to build everything in India. We'll have to actually also import ships to some extent. And from that perspective, if you look at it today, if you take if you import ship in IFSC, if you are set up an entity in IFSC, and if you are going to buy a ship in IFSC, the 5% IGST which you pay, if you're buying it from India, that becomes zero, right? So it's completely zero, and therefore there is no requirement for you to also set it off against your future, say, output tax liability. So that's one important thing for you to look at. I'm not going through the slides because I have very limited time, so I'll quickly speak about what I want to. So that's one important thing for all of us to kind of look at. Thirdly, I think the important change which has actually come in as far as the budget is concerned. When you are, you can kind of position IFSC as an intermediate entity, and if you are going to take a asset on bareboat charter from overseas into India. So some of you may be actually doing that from India. And today there is a tax leakage. There is a royalty tax which comes in. But if you do that from IFSC, then there is no tax on that charter hire which you pay on BBC, right? On BBC basis. So there's a complete tax exemption, and that exemption was set to expire on 25. That has got extended to 2030. So that's an additional benefit which they have given. What is also available is capital gains. Capital gains tax on sale of ship. Whenever you sell a ship, normally there is a capital gain. The markets are good. You want to kind of say you want to exit out of the asset and you may want to make money, but you have the short-term capital gain tax which actually comes in. Now, if you do that from Gift City, the capital gain tax is exempt for a period of 10 years. During the tax holiday period, if you're going to exit out, you don't pay any tax. And this 10-year tax holiday is not 10 years, it's actually 15 years, because as Sasutosh mentioned, that you can actually opt when the tax holiday starts. For the first 5 years, you don't need to start the tax holiday. You start the tax holiday from the sixth year to 10th to 15th year, you can avail the tax holiday. So what does it do is it gives you the flexibility to actually sell the asset whenever you want in the next 15 years. And if you are going to make profit on that, your gains are completely exempt. So that's an important thing for you to note. The other important change which has now come in is in this budget is in respect of capital gains on sale of shares of non-resident. Now, you may have foreign investors who may actually come into your company and who may be acting as investor. And in that case, today, if they are coming to Indian company and if they sell the shares of that company, they are liable to capital gains tax. Now, if they do that from a gift city standpoint, if they come into a gift city company for a period of 10 years, their capital gains is also exempt. So therefore, from an overall, say, a funding standpoint, overall, say, financial modeling standpoint, it becomes much more viable for them. And it's from a cost of funding standpoint, it becomes much more easier for you to also kind of get those investors in. So that's an important one. And the last point which I'll make is with respect to the a holding cost stock SPV kind of structure which has also been enabled. Now, Gift City allows you to have intermediate holding company, and then you can also have SPVs within Gift City. So for every asset, you can have a separate SPV, right? And if you're going to sell the separate SPV to any investor at any point in time, or if you want to exit out of that SPV, the capital gains tax is completely exempt for the period of 10 years. Any dividend which you upstream from that particular entity to the intermediate holding company, that is also exempt, right? So that's the benefit which has been given as far as this particular budget is concerned. So there is a lot for you to look at, and you should not only look at the India taxation, but you should also look at the IFSC taxation and try and see how you can marry both to maximize the benefit which you get. Yeah, with that I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Suresh. And I think he summarized it also quite well that as Anil started off by saying you have to look at it seamlessly. So I think across the whole panel, we've got shipping, shipyards, ship owner, as well as inland waterways. And then we've got IFSC and the taxation. So it's about the business, it's about financing, it's about taxation. And I think if you look at it as a whole, this budget has actually provided in different pockets, but somebody takes an integrated view, there's a significant amount of financial benefit to increase the competitiveness of the business. And as these are implemented, I think the reforms will kick in and make the Indian shipping, both on the ocean, coastal, as well as the inland vessel side, IWT side, to grow much more. So yes, I would now like to invite Chairman IWI once again to deliver us the concluding remarks. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you so much. I think it has been a very, very fruitful and productive session. And as Samir summarized, we have had a distinguished panel. We heard from ship owners, we heard from shipyard people, we heard from taxation experts, we heard from port developers, we heard about inland waterways. I think all of them unequivocally welcome the steps taken in this budget to strengthen maritime sector, to make our maritime sector more cost competitive in terms of reduced material cost, in terms of reduced financing cost. Some suggestions have been received, which I'm sure the ministry will take up further with the relevant agencies, with the relevant ministries to further strengthen the sector. And I keenly heard the issues about low draft vessels in the inland waterways. I would just like to apprise that IWI got some designs made for low draft vessels from DST in Germany. These designs are already on our website. And we recently had a workshop also on how to design low draft vessels further. And a subcommittee has been set up of all the stakeholders, which is further working on designing low draft vessels, low draft vessels. So I'm sure we will have a very productive outcome very soon. And to conclude, I will thank the Honorable Minister, the Secretary of the Ministry, my colleagues from the Ministry, all the agencies, my fellow panelists, all the audience here for a very, very fruitful and very, very productive session. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patnagar. It was an amazing session. I request all of you on the dais, thank you very much for this wonderful session, all of you. And I request you to please stay back for the next session as well. We have a very, very interesting. Yeah, we just stand here for a group photo, please. With all the speakers. The Maitri workshop is still going on downstairs at the Lotus Hall. So those of you who've been invited beforehand for the workshop, I request you all to please proceed there. However, we also have the third session for the evening. I request all the dignitaries to please stay back for the third session. Access to low cost, long term financing, Maritime Development Fund, and infrastructure financing. What we'll be going over? Establishment of MDF with rupees 25,000 crore corpus, inclusion of large ships in infrastructure, harmonized master list, role of financial institutions and multilateral agencies. The opening remarks and presentation will be taken over by Sri R. Lakshmanan, Joint Secretary, Ports, Ministry of PSW. A big round of applause. Requesting Mr. Lakshman to join us on the stage, please. And the speakers will be Sri Rajiv Jalota, Chairman IPA, retired IAS advisor IPA, former Chairperson MBPA MOPA, and former DG Shipping, Indian Ports Association. Sri Rajiv Jalota, coming. Sir, big round of applause, people. As I call in the speakers. Captain B.K. Tyagi, Chairman and Managing Director, Shipping Corporation of India. Huge round of applause. Our third speaker is Sri Anil Devli, CEO, Indian National Ship Owners Association. Okay, he'll be here. Moving on, we have Ms. Neha Nagpal Grover, Operations Officer, Infrastructure, International Finance Corporation, World Bank Group. It's really nice to see a woman on stage. Thank you very much. Big round of applause, people. Ms. Shweta Malhan, Portfolio Manager, Asia, Climate Fund Managers. Lovely to see one more. Thank you. And also like to call over Mr. Prasad Gadkari, Executive Director, National Infrastructure Investment Funding, who will be the moderator, and I will be giving over the podium to him. That's fine. So you'll be taking over? You're the moderator.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I guess it's been a packed day for everyone, and I think one of the speakers was just saying this before this. Obviously, these are sessions following lunch, but hopefully it's been a fruitful discussion because very powerful, power-packed, and important topics getting discussed here. So I guess we are coming towards probably the last part of the day, but a critical part, which is about capital and financing. I guess firstly, I would like to call upon Mr. Lakshmanan,
Joint Secretary Ports to make his opening address.
Mr. Lakshman, my bad. I just got this last minute information that I'd have to call Mr. Mr. Samuel Joseph. Can we have you, sir? He's one of the speakers. I'm sorry, I'm having a lag on my phone. So, yeah, Mr. Samuel Joseph is the Deputy Managing Director of National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development. A huge round of applause for Mr. Samuel.
Thank you, Mr. Prasad. So I think so we are in the last of the sessions for today. Here we are focusing on basically access to finance, especially like we have laid out a very ambitious vision. So finance is very critical. So we are looking at, addressing the issues around access to finance and maritime. And as a part of the budget, we have been able to, government has been able to extend a lot of support in this direction. So a couple of key things that has happened in the union budget this time. One is the announcement of a maritime development fund. And second is extending infrastructure status to large ships. So we have a very brief presentation. So I think fairly like now we are familiar of, what it is. So I'll not take much time, but maybe like to give you a overall perspective, like quickly run through the presentation. And after that, I think we have a set of speakers who have a lot of experience in this domain. So we would like to hear from them, from the ministry side, in terms of what should be the contours of this initiative, what should go into this initiative, because like, this is a large statement, but now we'll have to ground this. So while grounding this, what all needs to be taken care of or what more needs to be done. So all of that, I think we would like to listen. Next. So can we have the presentation? Yeah. Next. Next. So this is what I mentioned. So essentially, this is the announcement. The government intends to set up a 25,000 crore maritime development fund with 49% contribution from the government, and the balance will be mobilized from major ports and private investors. Next. Next. So this is all right. We are familiar. Next. Yeah. So this again, I think, in terms of what has happened in the past decade, this also like, we are from the sector, so we are familiar. And this is the vision. This has been sufficiently like, deliberated through the day. And this exactly is the investment that is required to achieve this vision. So in this session, we are primarily focusing on what could be the measures to, get the finance necessary for achieving this vision. So this again, I will not dwell. We are fairly familiar, why finance has not happened in this sector in terms of the lack of assured demand, the visibility. So these issues. And the focus of the fund is across the maritime space. It's of course with primary focus on shipping, improving the ship ownership in the country. And second is like shipbuilding. And third is we are looking at port and port related apna investments. And the third piece is inland waterways and coastal shipping. So it's spread across the maritime space. And we are also like looking at upstream and downstream investments also. So as a mandate, we are open to that. To give you an example, if there is an engine manufacturer in shipbuilding, so the fund may be interested in investing into a engine manufacturing company if there is a need for equity. Or if there is a marine battery company that needs investment, we could, look at investing into that. So there is sufficient flexibility in terms of mandate, in terms of doing anything that is related to ports, shipping, shipbuilding, and inland waterways. And the Maritime Development Fund has a provision where we are looking at having different tiers of capital. Essentially, we are looking at a blended finance kind of a solution so that we are able to keep the return expectations from the fund at a reasonably low level so that we are able to look at a large range of projects where the returns are slightly not so attractive if you look at it typically from a commercial fund perspective. And we are also looking at having a fund manager, which could be one of the established fund managers, or it could be a global fund manager. So that is open. There are options to it. And typically, this is how the fund structure is broadly is likely to look. And in terms of the different themes where the fund is likely to invest, so as I explained, it's open to all of these, green transition, of course, and the logistic parks, MMLPs. These also could be the possible investments apart from the core maritime that we discussed about. And if you can click on the SPV with cargo owners, just to show you like the potential pipeline, what is there. So this is essentially like what we have been able to aggregate within the government from the different ministries and the PSUs under them, the demand for different kind of vessels. So as you can see, we have a demand from oil PSUs, gas PSUs, and fertilizer PSUs. This translates to around 129 vessel, which is necessary. And this is roughly 30% of their shipping requirement. Rest 70% they are likely to go with the current pattern of chartering from the market. And this 30% we are working with them to convert this into a vessel ownership where they are willing to invest. And this essentially would mean, a fund like MDF could also partner with these companies in terms of investing into the vessel ownership. And this would translate to roughly 5.3 million GT of output. So for the shipbuilding industry, this would be a huge market where they can look at manufacturing these vessels. So this essentially would mean currently we are doing roughly around 1 lakh GT. So from there the ask is pretty huge, but there are associated measures that are being taken to strengthen the ecosystem. And this also translates to a huge financial investment that is needed, which is roughly I think 75 to 80 billion dollars of investments. So I think sorry, in terms of crores, if you look at it, it will be around roughly 90,000 crores. That is the investment that would be needed in the vessels for the aggregated demand. Can we go back? Go back. Next. So this could be the typical vessel SPV structure where MDF becomes one of the stakeholders. Then we have investments from the cargo owners. And in terms of the chartering agreement for the vessel, that is kind of guaranteed by the cargo owner. So in terms of the revenue risk, that is practically taken care of. So that gives a good comfort for any investor who comes in to invest in such a SPV. And rest of the loan, we are looking at the financial institutions like NAPFID, the banks and foreign banks who could actually come in the debt investments. And this is roughly the sectoral split that we are looking at in terms of the 25,000 crores initially where it could go to. So around 4,000 crores in the ship ownership and around 10,000 crores in the development of shipyards and its ancillary, etc. And ports could take around 7,000 crores and the inland and coastal movement around 4,000 crores. This also would translate to a lot of investments in the inland and coastal vessels. So this again, it's a announcement. Now we are working with the Department of Economic Affairs to exactly get the notification out for a ship to be included as a infra in the HML list. And another subsequent activity would be to work with RBI to ensure that it also gets included in their master circular also as an infra, so that banks are also able to get it classified as an infra loan. And once these two things happen, then I think for the industry, I think it opens up slightly a longer tenure of financing and maybe a slightly lower rate in terms of what they can expect in terms of the interest cost. And it could also expand the access for financing for ships, because a lot of large NBFCs like REC, PFC, to give example, or even NAFID, they have their mandate as infrastructure. So once ship becomes infra, like it becomes open to them to lend to ships. So that's it. And thank you. And we would be eager to listen to the other speakers in terms of what is their expectations and feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lakshmanan. I think you've given some more color to this whole concept, which we've been listening and we've got since morning. And it's very interesting to see you already thinking through various structures and formats through which this fund actually could be executed, and it will serve a vast number of needs across the maritime sector. Next up, can I request Captain Tyagi to give his address, please?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Lakshman Saab. Very brief and comprehensive presentation touching this aspect of Maritime Development Fund, which we have been eagerly waiting as a ship owners. This union budget, first time after very, very long, I think maybe after independence, this has got attraction. And first time we have got a support in terms of policy and finally converting into the union budget. India is growing good 7 to 8%, plus 3 trillion economy now, will be plus 5 very soon in couple of years. But the maritime sector, as I mentioned, this has not gone, it has not grown with the same rate. So there is a huge gap between the overall India growth and maritime sector growth. This gap was identified our ministry, and last 1.5 year, 2 years, very serious efforts were made. Gap was identified and the areas were put up to topmost office in this country. And finally, we see the result in the union budget. So this is a absolutely fantastic achievement from our ministry and for all maritime stakeholders, including the ship owners. Now we are eagerly waiting for this micro details of all this announcement in the budget so that we can start implementing this. Couple of things from the ship owners perspective, MDF definitely will be a point of interest for all of us. Infra status to the shipping, huge step. This will provide us long-term finance, and this MDF is expected to provide us low-cost long-term finance. And a very simple example is explained by Sri Lakshmanji. Further, that credit note to the tune of 40%. We are very eagerly looking for the micro details of this, because this will accelerate the scrapping of the not only Indian vessels, even the foreign vessels. Many foreign vessels will come to India now. They will scrap the vessel here, get the 40% credit benefit, and invest in the new tonnage, greener tonnage, and make it in India. So this will help ship owning, shipbuilding, and recycling. So overall, this will benefit the country. So in my opinion, this has been a fantastic budget, and we are, again, I will repeat this, we are eagerly waiting for the micro details so that we as a ship owners, maritime stakeholders, we implement this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Captain Tyagi. With that, I think we will commence the panel part of the discussion. At the outset, let me thank the ministry for inviting us for this important event. I think it's really almost a milestone-like event which has happened in this budget for this sector, with the numerous announcements from giving infrastructure status to shipping, to this fund, to numerous policy initiatives which seem to be underway. So clearly looks like next several decades, this could be really the sunrise sector for India. As I look at this sector, and sorry, a warm welcome to all the fellow panelists. Which so what I think we will do is I'll make some opening remarks, and then we will go around table one by one to each one of you to make your statements. And what I think the ministry and everybody is looking forward today is really suggestions from everybody, because the idea is the announcements have been made, the policy statements have been made. Now people want to get into nitty gritty, how to execute this and how to do it at an almost like a Godspeed kind of a level. That is really the intent here. And so feel free to give your genuine suggestions to make this a grand success. Uh, as we think through this, as NIF, and one of the things I was thinking about, uh, 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 this has to be a successful and a sustainable model. And I think the both these phrases are important. The word success in a typical fund context really has two connotations. One is success in raising capital. Uh, in that context, I think a large part of the problem is already solved because you have the money from your port trust. Government of India is contributing a large sum, and then you are likely to partner some more organizations. But your base capital actually is already in place. The other element of success is now to deploy it in a very sensible manner which has the highest economic impact, the highest commercial impact, and it has to be sustainable. And the word I use, sustainable, is really in a broader sense, obviously, from the way we understand sustainability, environment, and all of these other factors. But sustainability also in the sense of its commercial sustainability. You have the initial 25,000 crore, you will probably get some more, but at some stage this has to generate returns and capital on its own, so that it becomes a virtuous cycle, a kind of a self-fulfilling thing. After probably 5-10 years, this whole thing has to keep growing on its own and then keep financing the sector on its own. That's really how we would think about what the Maritime Development Fund should aim for. uh, as we really think about the MDF, I'm reminded of probably three examples in the last 7-8 years in this country itself, which the government has done, which throw up some learnings, which I think the MDF can genuinely benefit from, because it is actually, there are three entities which have got created. They have tried something, they've succeeded on a few terms, there have been some challenges, but I think these learnings, which if you can imbibe and absorb, that will expedite the journey of the MDF quite a bit. The first organization is my own organization, which is the National Investment and Infrastructure Fund, which is a fund created by the government, but the money came from government as well as outside investors. And there are several learnings and lessons we have learned through this journey of ours. And the MDF in this format will have parallels to where the NIF got created and has run. The second agency, to my mind, is an agency called InSpace, which is under Department of Space. And that is the similarity there is, it's an agency which is under the ministry, but it's a kind of a separate arm. They have brought in people from commercial and private sector. They have the people from ISRO, and their mandate is to help with policy making. They are curating the sector, and they're setting up a separate fund. So it has a lot of parallels to what ministry is trying to do here, but in a slightly different way. And the third agency is a India Semiconductor Mission, which is a kind of a Section 8 company, not for profit, under the Ministry of Electronics. And this agency is entrusted with the task of setting up the semiconductor fabs. But the similarity is they have been given almost 70,000 crore to put into the semiconductor fabs. So they are giving this money as almost like a grant, or at times little bit like equity. So again, very similar to what probably MDF will try to do. So there are aspects of all these three which I think can learn from, emulate from, and improve upon. Coming to the fun part of it, again, and I've been kind of in a little bit part of the fund industry for the last 2 decades plus. So there's 5 or 6 main factors which come to our mind when we think about really fund management and what is important, what are the important ingredients for a successful fund. And probably I'll just quickly try and lay down those. One is, as I said, capital, and you have 25,000 crores. So really one part of the problem is already solved. You should look at how you can raise capital from multilateral institutions, bilateral institutions. We have some of the funds here. We can look at some of the private sector entities also possibly. But at the same time, my point is there's a fair amount of money already on the table. Let's try to figure out how we can use it in the fastest manner possible, because fundraising can be a very long cycle, and we don't want to spend a lot of time only raising capital. You want to start getting this whole engine cranked up and started. So that's really, and the capital is your big strength. You already have it in place. The second aspect is really around plan and focus. The MDF has several things on its place, and I'm sure the ministry is thinking through how it wants to prioritize, clearly shipping, ship financing, creating the shipbuilding activities. These are clearly seem to be priority areas in the country. Then there is stuff around maritime sector development, there is ports, there is MMLPs, there is greening of the sectors, there are multiple things which are there. I think what will help is to make some kind of a prioritization plan, so that you can start tackling a few things in the short term, and then keep adding newer things to it, rather than opening up all the fronts, so that there are early successes, and then one keeps building upon the other. And focus, specialization, focus. This is a very specialized sector which has its nuances. People have to understand that, so the focus will really help. And I think the related point in that context, to my mind, is successful funds have been those which have built expertise. You have to build deep expertise around it. You get the right talent. In this, shipping, maritime expertise will be very critical. Financing, investing expertise will be important. Legal, tax structuring will be important skills. You want to try and see how you can house this entity in locations which will have an ecosystem of these kind of skill sets. I think those are the areas which I would say can be looked at. Uh, uh, and the last two are really, one is around a good fund should have strong systems, processes, and risk management, because you are handling capital. You want to deploy it sensibly. You want to generate some returns on it. You want to redeploy it. So I think that will become a very foundational element for this fund as it comes together. And last but not the least, I think returns. And Mr. Lakshman has already outlined how they're looking at blending of capital and all of that, which are fantastic ideas, which reduces the cost of capital for this whole sector. But it should generate that, whatever that threshold return it decides for itself, it should look at generating it, so that it becomes, as I said, a self-sustaining thing going forward. I think these were some of the points I wanted to make, for this very important initiative. I would like to now throw open this for my co-panelists to make their remarks. First up, can I call Mr. Jalota, please, to make your remarks, please?
Thanks, Prasad. In fact, you have covered a big gamut of issues that what government needs to do, and it is very true that, which I also wanted to say, prioritization. That there is actually a very big bouquet of things which the MDF plans to do. So as part of that, we need to focus that if we want to have shipbuilding as one of the important activities in the country, because it has its real multiplier effects, then that should be one of the greatest focus. What percentage will be earmarked for shipbuilding per se? Then in shipbuilding also, nothing will happen uh, in say 1 or 2 years time. It is a very long gestation thing, and where presently everybody is looking at new shipyards across the world, because a lot of ships are going to be retrofitted or rebuilt. Uh, I recently came to know that one of the big shipping companies wants to scrap 200 ships of theirs in the next few years, and they want to set up base in India and then use that for shipbuilding. So these are very, very promising signs for the country, with good announcements made and forward-looking government. This international community is looking at that. Second thing is that IFSC leasing thing, which has already taken some routes. I recently came to know that almost 23 ships or voyage charters have already happened through IFSC. And this needs to be built up very seriously. That how, if they say a company from Singapore is also coming to IFSC and getting its voyage or ship chartered from or leased from IFSC, one should learn from those examples. Some, I think, institutions should be made to look at all these aspects. One of them can be IFSC, that first of all, we should try to promote IFSC among those who want to lease or flag their ships also from India or charter their ships. If that is not possible, then we have to come to an institution like MDF, or till MDF tries to take routes, what you say, that we have to identify some quick wins so that it starts rolling. That MDF needs to be placed in some institution, or it has to be its own institution. That may be still long drawn. It can be put in some institution like NII for somebody. It can immediately have a kickoff. Plus, we should try to see what kind of cheap financing is available outside and try to attract that. And that cheap financing, because nowadays it is linked with greening and decarbonization. So, what kind of policy initiatives we can take linked to greening and decarbonization, so that as a holistic manner we can take these things for getting financing. Port financing, I think we should leave it to the market. The MDF should not waste its money in port financing. That is what I feel, coming from a port sector. Until unless we want to build some port in Andaman, what we are planning to do. Otherwise, at all, none other places it is needed. Private people, we should create that enabling environment for the port to set up connectivity projects to the ports and all. They can come in. These were the initial takes, Prasad.
Next up, can I call Mr. Devli to make your remarks, please?
Thank you. So it's been 12 years since Exim and INSA floated this whole document on the MDF, and I would be amiss if I did not say thanks to Exim Bank for having, you know, planted that germ. They did this for the shipbuilding and the shipping industry, and we are thankful that this has seen the light of the day. So thank you to you, sir, and AS sir, for having put in all the effort required. A few quick points from the industry. I think the MDF or the fund, you touched on it, and we completely second this, that it should be on the lines of an NIF or a NAPFID. We see, of course, NIF or NAPFID from outsiders, so I don't know what the internal mechanism is, but we see both of these as extremely fleet-footed, and that's how a bank and a financing institution should be, without any interference from anybody else. So I think that is a structure that must be definitely looked at. Fleet-footed is the important word. The second thing that we would very strongly propose is that lending must be merit-based alone and only on merit. No lending should be for the sake of because they like my face or because something needs to be done. Lending from the institution must be merit-based, must be based on no grants and no subsidies. If a project is viable, the money should be put in. We should not get into this trap of what happened to the industry 30 years ago with the SDFCs. Let us please not do that. We as the industry, we as the borrowers, I'm saying this and I repeat this, only on merit, no grants, no subsidies. Third, what is important is to ensure that we look at vessel-based financing. Right now, today, there's a balance sheet financing, and therefore, a lot of small ship owners keep talking about this, that I'm not able to get money because, you know, the lending is not done on the vessel itself. So one must look at the mechanism which is followed internationally by leasing companies or by banks, where lending is done on the asset. And therefore, tomorrow, if an Anil Devli decides to build a ship with Atreya, I should be able to get money so that I can have a standalone. The bank should not come and tell me, give my house on loan, put my provident fund, give my license, life insurance. So vessel-based financing, please do look at it when you're formulating, Prasad. Uh, the third thing is, the next thing is that I saw in the presentation, sir, about formation of SPVs. We would very strongly urge that these SPVs must be formed on competitive basis. And therefore, these must be done on open tenders where the best people win. And therefore, the consumer is able to get the best. And those who are good in the business are able to manage to secure these businesses. That is extremely important because, again, that is linked with the fact that if tomorrow the NIF has to give you lending on merit, then the whole transaction should be on merit. Otherwise, how would you even lend to a SPV which is not formed on merit? Having put these points on our suggestions and our thoughts on what an MDF should by and large look at, I would like to, sir, quickly touch on this slide that you presented 16 and 17 regarding this demand. We believe that this demand is, there is something wrong with the demand. For example, you mentioned, and I made some very quick scribbled some notes. You mentioned a demand of MR of 30 for movement of product tankers. Today, there are about 45 MRs under the Indian fleet, average age 17 years, out of which only 15 are employed on the Indian trade. 25 are surplus. Now, if you start building 30 MR tankers, that would be the end of our story. We would be in the cleaner. So I think it's exceedingly important. You mentioned AFRAs. Today, almost no cargo is moved on AFRA. AFRA does not move cargoes at all. Nobody is using AFRAs. So we would urge you, sir, that before this is finalized, maybe a good quick meeting with INSA and the oil companies would be helpful. We are happy to submit to you also what is the current demand versus what is the supply, so that whenever you take a decision, sir, on this, it would be, and this demand and supply is transparent. I mean, you know what IOC, BPCL, MRPL, and HPCL are taking. What are we providing? SCI, Great Eastern, and the others who are providing these ships. And we are excluding Reliance and Nayara in this. But even then, we are covering almost close to 98% of the market. So we would urge that that needs to be reviewed very clearly. Otherwise, that slide was a little bit of hard stopper for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Anil, for your remarks. Next, Neha, can I request you to make your points, please?
Thanks. Just to, I think Sir's covered most of the points on the asset-backed financing. That is one of the critical things that we think is needed in the sector to really bring in private investments. But and the MDF as such has the broad contours laid out. But really, to channelize and make it more sustainable, as you put it, there's a concept called maximizing finance for development, and that basically essentially rests on how you can crowd in private capital. And for crowding in private capital, there have to be robust financing models that we could definitely take support from government on installing. For example, we've been looking at how we can invest in different shipbuilding aspects. For example, we see a need for how the government has come up with the regulations, and there are about 400 green tugs to be refleeted over the next 10 to 15 years. Now there is the policy in place. There is shipbuilding work that is in place, but honestly, there are gaps in the policy framework where we could close to bring in private sectors to sort of own these assets. And this requires a more sort of more interventions on financing, whether it is leasing models or asset-backed financing models that can come in. Gift City is one of the ways where we see that leasing companies could be made and which could sort of invest in these green assets, which is of big interest to multilaterals. But there are the nuts and bolts of it that need to be sort of worked upon to making sure that this gets enabled. And again, on the policy front, different stakeholders sort of need to come in, whether it's the port authorities or the shipbuilding companies or the private sector operators. There is financing opportunity across the supply chain, but again, the policy gaps need to be sort of brought in. So we are happy to put in our investment and our sort of capability to make bankable structures work in this sector, and willing to put in our hands in with the government.
Thank you, Neha, for your comments. Next up, can I invite Shweta?
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I'm Shweta. I come from Climate Fund Managers, which is a Netherlands-based infrastructure private equity fund. We were set up inside of FMO, which is a Dutch multilateral, to come up with a solution to deploy capital at scale and pace in sectors which are considered to be high risk. They're perceived high risk sectors. So that's the background I'm coming from, and given shipping, especially in Indian context or a emerging market context, is also perceived as a high risk sector. Uh, I would like to bring upon a few points that hopefully would be considered for MDF to become a success. I think Prasad and everybody else on the panel have talked about the people, the product, and the process part of it. A good fund manager who can execute the strategy with a good team, is crucial. The product, the right blend of capital, who invests in what capital, who takes what risk in what proportion, so that the commercial investors, get their share of risk return trade off. They make the money on the capital deployed. The public capital is deployed to be able to absorb risk, which is able to, blend the capital in a manner that the cost of capital is cheaper and not damaging for the industry to utilize. In addition to that, what I would like to highlight is that setting up for scale and success to begin with is important for MDF. Uh, we do have capital, as you rightly mentioned, to begin with, but I understand the objective is for the fund to become a global fund, to be able to attract global investors as well. For that to happen, the right governance protocols need to be in place, which will be appreciated by the international investors, whether it's the donor capital for green investments, whether it's guarantees from European Union, or whether it's commercial investors across the globe. The second point I would like to highlight um, is the flexibility to deploy capital at scale and in sectors which are in demand at that particular time. For example, this is going to be a long-term fund. For a long-term fund, the markets move, cycles change. So too much rigid structure will may prove to be a little bit more limiting to deploy capital and may not attract international investors. The third thing that investors look for is a captive pipeline. So I think we spoke about demand aggregation earlier during one of the panels. That becomes a very important aspect here, to be able to aggregate capital and to be able to deploy it, the capital at scale and pace. I think the last thing I would recommend is, um, typically when a fund is created, there are two approaches that are taken. The first approach is set up the fund, set up the thesis and the mandate, and call for a fund manager to execute that mandate. The second approach typically is to co-create. You have the broad guidelines, but then you could co-create with the fund manager in place, so that the industry conversations, the fund thesis, the soft market sounding, the feedback could be received, and you could create the fund in a more agile manner, which is more palatable to commercial, concessional, donor capital, and public capital as well. So I think my time's up. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Shweta. And quickly moving on to Samuel to make your comments, please.
Yeah, thank you. Uh, First, before I start, let me introduce my institution because not many people here may know us. NIF has been there for some time, so people know you. But NAPFID has been there only for 2 years. The NAPFID stands for National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development. We are, as I said, 2 years old, set up under an act of parliament with 25,000 crore upfront capital. And within this 2 years, we have been able to sanction about 2 lakh crore worth long-term loans. These are mainly 15 years plus, 20 years plus long-term loans. And within our portfolio, transportation and power are the major sectors. And within transportation, it is roads. And within power, it is renewable energy. This is what we have been doing. We follow the infrastructure list as published by the Department of Economic Affairs. And we are happy to note that shipping has been announced as an infrastructure in the present budget. So hopefully we will see for the notification. We will wait for that notification to come. Joint Secretary in his presentation mentioned about the MDF and how that will partly take care of the 30% requirement of the total part of the equity. I thought let me touch upon the other 70%, which is the long-term debt, because it's also important that we really are able to attract long-term debt capital also into this industry, ship owning to be in particular. My previous speaker also mentioned that instead of a balance sheet funding, we should move to a SPV or an asset-based financing. In fact, that is the way project finance or infrastructure asset should be financed. That is the only way. It cannot be balance sheet financing. But the problem so far has been that this is amenable wherever the cash flows are very predictable. Whereas in shipping industry as a whole, the charter is not long term; it is short term, spot market, whatever. But I was happy to know. In fact, I was not aware till I attended a presentation by the Ministry of Shipping. Secretary also was there in that meeting. I was surprised to note, positively surprised, that the recent LNG carriers all have long-term 25-year charter from Petronet LNG. Now, wherever this is amenable, if we can have long-term charters, I am speaking from the banker's point of view, it becomes easier for us to have predictability of cash flows and then do a real long-term. The problems in the past where we were financing an asset which had an economic life of 25 years, 30 years with a 10 or 12-year loan at the maximum, because that was the asset liability problem of the banks financing it. Today, institutions like us, NAPFID, we don't have a tenor problem. We raise, let's say, a 20-year bond in the market, which is linked to all our cost is competitive and just a few basis points over the Government of India securities as 100% owned by the government. So for us, long term is not a problem. We will be able to give. In fact, I can say that transmission assets have a 35-year concession period, and we have been able to do a 29.5-year tenor loan because what we need is just a 15% tail period of the concession agreement. And wherever concession agreements are not there, we are used to seeing, let's say, a power purchase agreement where there is some certainty of cash flows. So as I said, wherever these long-term charters are possible, if we can sign up though that way, then definitely long-term debt capital will flow into the segment. But wherever some of these vessels will not be amenable for long-term charters also, we are cognizant of that fact. In fact, if you were to take a parallel from the power industry, while most of the power projects will have a definitive PPA, power purchase agreement signed for 25 years, fixed rate, whatever, all very well defined upfront. Coal could be a pass through. In renewable energy, it is, let's say, 2.6 rupees for 25 years with the counterparty like SECI, whatever. But wherever a power project is set up to sell power to the exchange, now here there is an uncertainty in that power project. So the way we deal with that power project is we will look at, let's say, a P90 value. What I mean is 90% probability that the rate at which they will be able to sell power at the exchange will be minimum that. So if we can arrive based on whatever statistics, because the first thing if you ask a banker, what is the high risk or why do they perceive shipping finance as very high risk? Immediate answer will be that it is highly unpredictable. The charter rates, the Baltic Freight Index is very, very volatile, and hence we will not be able to take a long-term call. But if we can arrive at, let's say, a P90 value, that charter rates 90% of the time will not go below this, and put that into our financial model. But at the same time, there will be good years. Every time we will not be at, let us say, at the worst cycle. Cycles are becoming shorter and shorter. So we should build in some cash sweep mechanisms. Whatever excess cash is left at the SPV level, at the vessel level, we should sweep and prepay the debt. But the fixed repayment schedule will be based on that, the lowest possible repayment, so that we don't create a problem for the SPV by making it an NPA, or for the financing bank to make provisions if it were to become a stressed asset. So there could be ways around. If we all put our heads together, how do we attract long-term capital into this? The other requirement is foreign currency loans. And again, foreign currency loan, because the charters mostly are in foreign currency. Uh, Today, Indian banks, institutions have been able to raise maximum 10 years. I don't think anybody else has raised beyond 10 years. So we will have to work around how do we raise real long-term bonds in the overseas capital markets and then bring them to India and then finance this industry. So the first enabler what this budget has provided is an infrastructure status. The second enabler, if we can work around some of these suggestions, then attracting debt capital into this industry will not be a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel, for your constructive suggestions. And I can see the board is flashing red, so time's up. Thank you to all the panelists for their valuable insights and comments.
I hope you had a very informative and productive day today. That brings us to the end of the three sessions. However, we have the valedictory session. I would now like to call upon Mr. T.K. Ramachandran, Secretary, Ministry of uh, PSW, who will now give us key takeaways and the industry feedback on budget policies in 5 minutes. respective dignitaries, the Minister is Honorable Union Minister is on his way. So I request you all to please take your seats. Sir, hi, sir. Requesting everyone to please take your seats. Honorable Minister is here, so please take your seats, everyone. I now request Secretary, Ministry of PSW, Mr. T.K. Ramachandran, to give us the validatory session on key takeaways and industry feedback on budget policies. Bring your hands together for Mr. T.K. Ramachandran, please. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. T.K. Ramachandran for you. Big round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. I think it's been a fairly busy day for everyone in terms of sitting through sessions. And unfortunately, some of the sessions I could not attend because we were busy either in the parallel Maitri session or in the press conference. But I think overall, the three sessions that were held, one on the SBFAP, two on the taxation benefits, direct and indirect, and the three on the MDF, which I also attended, have been very fruitful in terms of the suggestions that were received. Overall, I'd like to tell you that the three schemes, whether it is SPFAP or MDF or the other taxation related measures, and there is a fourth, which is the clusters. I don't know whether that was also discussed during any of these sessions. The clusters were also discussed perhaps, isn't it? We are open to receiving suggestions. You can send us emails, etc. We are open to receiving suggestions. So I'll start with the last session in which there was talk of this MDF and some of the points that were made. For instance, vessel based financing or project based financing, asset based financing rather than balance sheet based. Then competitive bids, which is what the methodology will be. It's not as if the SPVs will be given to someone. It will be based on competitive bidding. Then on the demand assessment, there was some difference of opinion. So we will look at the numbers that we have projected, which actually came from the oil companies. And then using Gift City as one of the fulcrums for the financing. There are two. It's a two entity concept that we are looking at. We were just discussing earlier also with the representatives from the the IFSC, whether we should have one entity in Gift City, one entity outside, and how the movement of capital will take place. And then the from the climate from manager, she talked about the need for right government protocols, flexibility to invest in different sectors, and to have a captive pipeline. And and two approaches. One is to have the fund manager appointed and then going for looking at different sectors, or to co-create. I mean, these are all some ideas that were generated. So I will now request the different session chairs to also supplement what I said. In the first session, if you remember, the one on SBFAP, in which we got a lot of suggestions on what are the problems with the SBFAP, how to ensure that the clusters are formed, what kind of different categories of vessels should be looked at, how the cluster formation should take place, and so on. So overall, I think we are we are quite cognizant of the suggestions that were received. But the thing is that ultimately the demand is very important, and I'm happy that on the demand side, whether it's the oil companies or the other demand generators or companies like MSC, CMA, CGM or Maersk, they have also come to us expressing their willingness to build in India. Similarly, on the supply side, we have had a lot of companies coming to us saying that they are interested in manufacturing in India. Of course, here some companies like some shipyards told us that the extra. I got one feedback that some of the defense shipyards, CSL also, for instance, who are already having full order books, maybe the extra orders that you have, maybe that can be passed on to those shipyards which do not have that many orders. I don't know if that is possible, but if that is possible, then the shipyards which don't have orders can actually start off their business based on these extra orders which the existing shipyards have. So like that, I mean, like these suggestions, I think we have a large number of other suggestions. So I'll now request Lakshman. Lakshman is here. Yeah, you can also supplement on any of these points. And one thing is, of course, everything will be merit based. I think there was one suggestion that came from Mr. Devli that all investments should be merit based. We assure you that 100% it will be merit based. There will be no other way of doing it.
Thank you, sir. Uh, to what Secretary Sir had already mentioned, would like to add. So in the initial session on shipbuilding, I think we had some feedback or suggestions. One was on the stage payments in the SBFAP, so which I think earlier also, like I think Additional Secretary had responded. That's an important suggestion which will ease the cash flow for the shipyards and reduce the cost of working capital, and ultimately bring down the cost of the ships that are being manufactured. So that is one important suggestion, which I think already there is some work being done on this, but I think we should be able to take this suggestion forward. Second suggestion was on the easing the process of the reimbursement of subsidy through SBFAP. So that is also being looked at. That's a very important suggestion. How can we simplify the process procedure for handling the shipbuilding financial assistance policy? So this is being looked at in the new revamped scheme. And another important suggestion was there is a significant constraint in terms of giving bank guarantees for the shipyards. So how can we find a solution for that? One of the suggestions one of the speakers made is the insurance surety bonds. So that again is a very good suggestion that is being used at a low level or a low scale currently. How can we look at expanding that and also using the same surety bonds for international transactions? Currently that's being used for domestic transactions. So these are very important valid suggestions, so which I think and apart from this we have a detailed set of feedback which has been taken note of, which we will work on. And in the last session on finance, Sir, I'll just complete the finance, then we will request Chairman IWA. Yes, sir. Right, sir. So we'll add a few points on the finance session before we move forward. So there were a lot of important points in terms of having a priority for the MDF because the landscape is quite wide. So we need to have a priority so that we are able to focus on certain aspects of the maritime. And second, in terms of looking at projects based on merit so that they are able to generate sustainable returns, that's very fundamental. And the possibility of exploring IFSC ecosystem where we are looking at foreign capital. Can there be a feeder fund of MDF in IFSC? That was a good suggestion. And the possibility of leveraging green financing or green instruments or people who are interested in investing in green side of it. Can there be a thematic aspect to it? Then in terms of the demand aggregation figures, there was a feedback from INSA. So that's an important feedback. So we will take this feedback back to the oil and gas companies, sit with them and understand the figures. We are in the drawing board stage. So, this is important feedback. So we'll take that into consideration while making further plans and we will engage with INSA as well to understand this more. And getting a fund manager at the appropriate stage. Can we look at an agile process? That was again a good suggestion. So one could, look at that so that they are involved right from the inception stage. So they are able to provide necessary inputs along the process rather than bringing them in at a later stage. Flexibility to invest capital in scale. That's again very important for a fund to be successful. And the ability of fund to exit assets so that we are able to churn the assets so that the fund becomes sustainable on its own after an initial corpus. And the suggestion from NAFID on innovative loan structuring with the example of power sector, trying to link it to a international index and keep a debt servicing structure which is tied to a base level so that there is no default on the loan. But in good years where there is excess cash that comes into the business, there is a structure where you are able to sweep the excess cash so that the loan is repaid in an accelerated fashion. So this works pretty well in other infrastructure sectors like power. So I think that's a good parallel to look at, tying up the shipping rates to the Baltic index and see if we can develop a, innovative loan structuring. That's a very good suggestion which could work well for making the financing sustainable. So with that, I wrap up. Now I would request Chairman IWA for his inputs.
Good evening, sir. So in our session, we first discuss the grant of infrastructure status to ships, to shipbuilding. We discussed the basic custom duty exemptions. We discussed the tonnage tax scheme. So all these measures are welcomed by all because they will go a long way in making our shipbuilding sector competitive because of reduced material cost, because of reduced cost of funding. Amongst the issues which were raised was that shipbuilding to be included as infrastructure also in the Income Tax Act so that it can get benefits there. Then issue of inverted GST duty structure was raised, which is leading to unutilized ITC tax credit to the tune of thousands of crores. Then an issue of exemption from BIS for all inputs, shipbuilding was raised. And also an issue of recycling of ships compulsorily after 25 years was also raised. Then in terms of inland waterway sector, a selection was made for designing of low draft vessels. So this I explained. Those designs already exist on our website and we also had a workshop recently and we have got a subcommittee working on this. Then in general issue of demand visibility was also raised, but overall the sentiment was that this budget has some very excellent steps taken for strengthening of our maritime sector and shipbuilding. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request additional secretary to supplement his inputs.
Good afternoon, sir. So in the first session on shipbuilding financial assistance and clusters approach for shipyards, the points were generally about the new scheme, the terms of the new scheme. But some of the highlights, the thrust which we gave was how to make effective application of the budget announcement. Announcement is already made. So this policy will convert into a detailed scheme, but how to make it more effective. So one of the suggestions from the shipyards was that there are issues which shipyards face with the state governments. So what is the institutional arrangement for that? That we talk to the state governments, because that issue comes up even today. I see in some of the shipyards. So one suggestion was, sir, that we have recently formed a state level committee, which is chaired by Chief Secretary of the state government and the maritime department of that state government. Another forum could be our MSDC, which is Maritime States Development Council. This is another forum. So, and this we can have a early circulation of issues with the state governments, and then we deliberate in these forums. So this was one suggestion which came up during the session. Second was which mentioned by JS was about the stage payment of MD of the financial assistance. Currently, sir, this payment is made at the end of the shipbuilding. When the ship is actually delivered, then only the shipyard gets this financial assistance. So this will have a lot of benefits if it is given throughout the shipbuilding process. There is a stage-based payment is made, but that payment is backed by through some guarantee given by the shipyard. So this was another vital suggestion. Another suggestion which came was since we are looking at so much of shipbuilding, and particularly in the coastal shipping area, so why don't we have something like Jones Act of US? So this is what we presented, that the pillars, we are working on 4-pillar approach. What we have discussed today are actually the 3 pillars. The 4th pillar we did not discuss here. That is still a process under progress. In that, sir, one of the ideas was that we deliberate with the sector, with the stakeholders, not only the cargo owners, but also the ship owner and the ship owning community. And then we look at what could be the time frame, which year could be the cutoff when we decide that after this, the coastal shipping will happen only on the ships which are built in India. Because Jones Act of US, we observed this in the session, that even Jones Act of US had come out with some mixed response to that. There were some issues also, but it also has a lot of benefits. And currently we are discussing shipbuilding in India, so those we should look at the benefits of that particular act. So that point we are yet to deliberate with the stakeholders in order to decide whether we should do it, and if yes, then from which year onwards it should be implemented. These were the basic point that we discussed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. So this brings us to the end of all the feedback session. So finally, I would like to call upon on stage the Honorable Minister, Ministry of PSW, Mr. Horban on the Honorwal. A big round of applause for him, please, to give us the closing notes.
Boasting, shipping and port, powering the blue economy. So with this objective, as a follow-up action to the vision of Honorable Prime Minister, whatever budget announcement was there, how it is to be articulated into action. That roadmap with all practical approach needed to be sorted out. So to determine that roadmap, whatever brainstorming discussion has taken place today, and I believe this is the right way of proceeding, because interaction among the stakeholders, among the stakeholder dedicatedly involved into this sector, who has their interests, who has their commitment, dedication, discipline, devotion and involvement. So these are the important quality always required to make certain thing concrete. And I believe India, Bharat, as a leading maritime nation, will have to create many more success stories in the near future. And because of your repeated approach and also your suggestion, today in this budget, whatever policies are being announced, it is a kind of response to your call and also response to the demand of the hour. And I believe this particular positive approach on the part of the government of India to help out our different stakeholders involved in this particular sector is always required to get well fulfilled. And I'm confident that this kind of workshop discussion is always helpful and bringing out some concrete roadmap to materialize our approach. And I need not have to speak now at length, because since morning I have seen all the stakeholders are with best of their sincerity attending this session and putting their efforts. So this is the kind of sincerity is always required. I'm enlightened actually by your approach, and I am hopeful that this team, of course some of have left maybe with for to meet their commitment to right now, like half of the hall is vacant, maybe निकल गए शायद, कोई बात नहीं, और मैच सो मैं चाहूंगा कि आप सब ऐसे ही जुड़े रहे, और हमारे मंत्रालय की तरफ से हमेशा हम ऐसे ही चर्चा करते रहेंगे, क्योंकि ये बात आप हमेशा ध्यान में रखिएगा, हम मंत्रालय भी आपसे सीखते हैं, ये सिखाने के लिए नहीं, आपके जो अनुभव है, आपने दुनिया देखी है, आपने कठिन परिस्थितियों का सामना की है, सफलपूर्वक उस चुनौती का पार भी किया है, तो आपका पास जो काबिलियत है, आपका पास जो कौशल है, मुझे लगता है ये हमारे लिए संपदा है, ये मेरे लिए हमारे लिए संभावना है, यही हमारे शक्ति का आधार है. So this, we are going to integrate the world by adopting different policy program, vision. But this integration, this family integration of shipping fraternity is unique. क्योंकि मैं हमेशा मानता हूं, पानी में, जल में जो शक्ति है, किसी का पास नहीं है. आपको मालूम है ना,
भगवान ने बहुत कुछ सृष्टि किया है, इनमें से सबसे अधिक अगर शक्ति किसी को दिया है वो जल मार्ग में दिया है। और आप इसी जल मार्ग में अपने जीवन को, अपने देश को, अपने समाज को मजबूत बनाने में लगे हुए हैं। ये कोई मामूली मकसद नहीं है, ये कोई व्यक्तिगत खुदगर्जी बात नहीं है। ये आपकी जो कदम, आपके जो यानी कि अलग अलग आपकी तरफ से लिए हुए कार्यक्रम, ये हमेशा अपने देश का गरिमा दुनिया में बढ़ाने का काम करता है। क्योंकि शिपिंग का बिना हम दुनिया का साथ नहीं जोड़ सकते। वाटर हैज गिवन दिस एक्सेस us to connect the whole world. So this is the power of water, and we are all in the maritime sector, and I do firmly believe that this kind of united, integrated effort will always help us to meet our goal. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Just a gentle reminder, people, those of you who have suggestions and want to put them across, the booklet has the last page. Please write down the suggestions and put them at the entrance. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.